All right. We should be live. All right. So, Joaquin, just so you know, I'm going to pull it down before people start to join. But here on Streamlabs, you can see, oops, you can see how many people are in the live, viewing across different platforms. So, like on the top right, you got this. So, that's kind of just how I view it whenever I'm live. And so the final piece before I dive in is I just check the audio on the different platforms. We should be good. Sometimes it gets difficult when you're doing streams to multiple platforms and vertical and horizontal, but when you're just horizontal, I haven't had really issues. All right, we're just doing a final audio check. All right. All right. It's working on Twitch. All right, so I've got the stream schedule up. If you guys, for those of you who are joining now, all right, we are working on YouTube and Twitch. So I'm just going to take that as a sign that we're working everywhere. So here's the schedule for today. I'm going to run through it really quick, but we've got an interview in 1 minute. So we're trying to find a top level VA for the company, for not just the stream, but for my worker in particular. So that is what we're about to run this interview for. To be honest, we did not have time to prep for this, but I think we've done hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of interviews. So I think that we will be good to go here. I'm going to join this just so we don't end up joining late. All right. Hello, hello. How's it going?
Great. How about you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. How are your days been?
All good. All good. So this is Charles. He's one of the applicants that I'm going to introduce to you.
Amazing. Yeah. How are you doing, Charles?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing great. Yeah. We've been keeping busy. Absolutely. What time is it over there?
It's 12 at midnight.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess you guys are used to working different hours. What's that like day to day?
I'll let Charles answer this one. You're muted, sorry.
Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. So for me, working, hang on. Okay. Sorry about that. So for me, working at night, feels great. Night is very silent, so I could like totally focus doing my stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess in an interesting way, it can be useful. Less distractions coming in.
Yeah, that's a great thing about working at night.
Yeah. So I guess to kick things off, it would be great to hear kind of the context from you in terms of like what you've heard about the role, what Jonah has shared, and kind of just your thoughts from there. And then conversation, it can be pretty like natural and fluid. Just want to talk through, and I think with everything, it's like finding the right alignment. So would be curious to hear kind of where we're at in terms of what you know about the role and everything based on what Jonah has shared.
Yeah, sure. So Jonah shared your role to me. I think it's the job role was more focused about doing outreach, yeah, with the like investors, creditors, like that. So for me, I have worked before as a affiliate marketing manager on TikTok. And yeah, and for me, I have experience working. I mean, managing affiliates for TikTok. So before in my past role, I reached out to maybe like 1,000 affiliates over the time. Yeah, so I have experience with the pipeline and the process of how to do these things, how to outreach, create connections with these influencers to like create collaboration. So um, re- reading this job description, so I think this greatly aligns with my skill set. Um, you know, thinking with my experience in my past role, I could use that directly to and apply it here. So, since it's basically like the same body but a different suit. I don't know if that's the right analogy for that. Yeah, but as you can see, it's like the same process. So I'm confident that I'll be able to perform well in this job role.
Got it. Yeah. So, just looking at the job role, maybe taking it like one funnel at a time. Um,
Mhm.
you mentioned that you worked with a number of reaching out to different affiliates. Uh, in running the process with, I guess, how you did it there, like how would you run the process here? Like, let's say if we were working hand in hand trying to, run through the pipeline and everything. It seems like it was laid out to you in the job description and what Jonas shared. Like, how would you run it if it's like, hey, I'm fully hands off. I'm giving you the reins to go and execute towards those goals uh,
Yeah,
that are shared there. Like, how would you manage it and go about doing it?
yeah, yeah. So for this role, for this um marketing funnels that we are going to do, our outreach funnel. So to streamline the process of this, we'll be preparing of course our CRM. So we'll be able to keep everything on track. So in my previous role as a affiliate manager, so I have this set of templates that I have as a set of messages for each stage of the outreach pipeline. So what I do is I keep track every step of the um, funnel for each affiliate, and I see it as a very similar approach for this job role. Just a little bit of tweaks to make, since before it was our mainly focus about affiliates, to sell the product, and here it's more on like building relationships with these founders, investors like that. So uh, I will be adjusting the tone because before I worked for two different business types. First was D2C, which is directly to the consumers, and also for B2B. So as I can see in this job role, it's more leaning towards the focus on business to business. So we'll also adjust the tone that we will be using. And for the message templates that I will be using, since if we use like generalized templates for this, that doesn't really work well in my experience. So what I do with this is like I personalize each message that I send to this people that we want to do a collaboration with. So like what I do is I stalk their accounts like that for their like recent posts like that. So we could have something that we could relate to or like give a compliment when we send them a message like that. So from there we develop I will be developing stages and a funnel to really nurture this relationship that we will be building with each influencer so that we'll have a success. And as I can see here, you have clear KPIs as a target for each month. So I think this is very achievable. Yeah, since I have experience on how like to establish first touch connection with this. I mean, in doing outreach to affiliates and influencers, and I see that as like a um, it's directly related to this role, just a different target audience. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for laying that out. So to summarize, it sounds like you would look at each funnel and the targets on each
Yeah.
list, reach out to them based on recent activity, and
Mhm.
then record that activity in the funnel. Now, if we go a step deeper, so at a high level, I like the sound of that. That sounds like a good process. Um, it's the process we're looking to run.
Mhm.
What what CRM or tool set were you using to track in the past? Like, if you go into the details of the step by step, like how were you tracking it when you ran the campaigns in the past, or how would you and would you do it that same way? How would you do it, like on a day to day? Like, you wake up, what would that workflow look like?
Oh, are you applying to my past role or the or my
Like what did
role?
how did you do it in the past, and would you do it the same, or would there be any ways that you'd improve it or do it differently now? Now that AI's gotten a lot better.
Yeah. So in the past, I did it through a CRM using only Google Sheets. Yeah. So I start my day by sending this influencer outreach messages. So I have them all in a Google Sheet also, so I keep everything organized. So before I send this message, I personalize them, and like if they did respond, I will take note of that in my tracker, and if not, I will do another follow up the next day. So what I think is that so after I did a follow up with them, I will be sending them the samples of our e-commerce product. So by then, they will we will wait until they have received our product, since this is affiliate marketing for TikTok. And so um, we will wait for them to receive the product and again put it on the tracker that I have, and then we will wait for them to see if they have already created the content. And if they did, yeah, so then that's the end of it. And then we'll put their names on another list for like affiliates that we can co- contact again in the future if they did great for us or not, like that. So for this role, since we will also be reaching out to creators and for people for podcast founders and investors. I think I will take a little bit more step backs and how we'll establish through a connection with them or relationship. So I what I'm thinking right now is a process of the funnel that we will be doing. So in the first 3 days, I guess we will do like interaction with their accounts. So like and liking their posts, just to be seen and commenting on their posts like that. And then after around 3 days, on that day three, we could leave a comment or like on a more personal level, we could reply to their IG stories. And then maybe on the fifth or seventh day, we'll be sending them like a intro message. And with that, we'll since we've already established a connection with them, we'll be creating a relationship with them and on a conversation level. So up until then, it will be moving towards, or the conversation will be leaning towards inviting them to our podcast if that's where they're at for the funnel. But it really runs down to how we establish the relationship with them first to really create a connection before we offer something or like a meeting to book a podcast. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. And so it would be funnels on Google Sheets that would track where each stage is at. What were the stages that you or actually looking at, let's start, I guess, focusing on like this particular role. How would you lay out those stages in terms of tracking the the progress for these funnels, starting with, let's say, the potential founders that we want to bring onto the podcast? What would the funnels be?
Yeah. Okay, so I think the first thing we'll do is we'll do a research to get a list of the potential founders that we will be establishing a connection. And then we'll see it through that. Maybe we'll just call the first stage as the light engagement stage. Yeah, that's where I said that we'll be engaging with them through likes and comments. And then for the next stage, if we've completed that cycle, that steps, we'll be sending them to the stage two where we'll be s- sending them an intro message where we will introduce ourselves. And then if they responded to that, and we'll put them into a nurturing sequence. Now that we can exchange messages with them. And as I also read in the job description, yeah, the main focus would be like giving them um giving them value first before us. So I think that's going to be part of our funnel also. And as we go on through the next stage, if like we've already sent them the invitation of our we're going to um do that, or the invitation of our podcast, then we'll put them to the next stage, like invitation set or like awaiting response. And if they agreed to it, then they will put on to the next stage of the funnel, wherein we'll give them the guidelines or just the things that they need before they go to that podcast. And if not, we'll put them through another um, pipeline, or if they haven't responded yet within 24 hours, we'll be doing a follow up with them, and if they rejected the invitation, we'll put them to another pipeline to revisit maybe next month or the next 2 months like that.
Got it. And uh, could you go through that final piece one more time? I want to make sure I understood it. I didn't miss anything.
Okay. So so yeah, this is just my initial thoughts for this. Yeah, as I go through with this, I will be making this funnel more efficient. Yeah, so we won't miss anything and leave anything through the cracks. Yeah, so this is just based on my initial thoughts. So we'll first step one would be to do engagements. Step two would be to send them like a initial intro message, or like a relationship first message, like complimenting them with their with their contents like that. So and then if they responded, we'll be putting them a like a 3 day nurture sequence. We'll send them tips, just value things to them. And if we've already established that trust, we'll be going to step four, where we will send them the invite to our podcast, and then that's where we put another like a condition. If they responded to that, we'll send them our SOPs for the podcast, or like the things that they need to know. And up and if not, if they haven't responded, we'll note it as it needs follow up in the next 24 hours. And if they did not agree, or like if they did not accept the invitation, then we'll put their record for lists or contacts that we will be visiting with in the next month or so. And after that, if we've already sent them the things or the SOPs for the podcast like that, then yeah, we'll be putting them as a completed list or co- contact. And then after that, we'll take note of their performance, or like if they're valuable, or like what did they did, or if they did something valuable for the podcast. And if so, we'll take note of that also. So maybe again in the next month or 2 months, we could re we could invite them again. Yeah, so th- that would be my initial thoughts of the funnel. But if I get into deeper, I'm sure we could make that more efficient.
Yeah. Okay. And uh, on the HubSpot route, have you built pipelines and deal cycles tracking in HubSpot as well, or just only Google Sheets?
Uh, um, I have no direct experience yet with that tool, since we haven't run into that in my previous roles. But I have already researched that I think a month ago, and I've also did a training on that just to improve my skill set. And I see it's very similar to like Airtable, which I've also done, or like the Trello board like that. It's like, well, I have the knowledge of what it looks like, and how to do the CRM for each contact, and how to make the stages that they will be at in the pipeline. So I think I can I can catch up quick with using uh, HubSpot.
Okay. What might make sense is, or I guess like one other question is, what's your like proficiency level with AI? Like if you were going to use AI to run this, like how would you use it in the flow?
Yeah. So I think we could use AI in different stages here. Like for our engagement stage, or like our first message that we will be sent to them, or this personalized message, we could use AI to that to you know um have a more personalized message about their content like that, and that would streamline that stage or that process. But I see a lot of opportunities here for where we could use AI. So right now I'm proficient in using comma A- AI tools like ChatGPT, and for automation also. I have also experience in using like make.com and ManyChat. So we'll see here opportunities. I could
You
I
said make.com and which one?
um ManyChat
Men chat? How do I spell that?
ManyChat.
Many chat. Like MANY chat.
Yes, it's like a automation for. I mean, it's basically messaging automation
Hmm.
that we could install for Instagram.
Yeah. Okay. Many chat. Cool. And
So,
what did you use make for?
so before I've used Make to create a automation as a customer service person, or like, and not person, like customer service artificial intelligence for our brand, which directly answers common customer inquiries through Facebook and Instagram. As implementing make.com in that chat and adding chat GPT to it as the brain, it gives a more personalized answer and feels more human like, rather than just setting up automated messages. Yeah,
I see.
but for here I see potential on like doing the personalized messages in bulk using make.com also, but I'm not sure yet how I'll do that. But just looking at this right now, yeah, I can see opportunities here where we can apply AI and automation.
Got it. Yeah. So you've used make have you used like a tool like N8N before?
And not yet, but yeah, when you start learning make.com, you kind of encounter that a lot also, alongside with Zapier, but I haven't have direct experience with and yet.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. Okay, so well, and just because I see we're coming up on time, last couple questions, but like in your like last role, what do you think was like the thing that was like your biggest win, and then your biggest like uh like loss or like biggest mistake?
Okay, so my last role, I think my biggest win in my last role was really like leading our entire marketing funnel, since I have touch base on the like entire marketing funnel of that business, from social media to create brand awareness through doing sign up forms on Klaviyo, up until email marketing to nurture this new leads or new contacts. For me, the biggest win for that is I have increased the number of the number of customer in our email list. I have set up the this email flows that generates recurring um, r- revenue for the business. No, yeah. So basically, learning and improving on that role was like my biggest win, because it started there solo, and and then I continued learning, just continuous grind to learn the entire funnel. Yeah. So and then for my biggest loss, not sure what I consider the biggest loss, but maybe, hang on, let me think. Maybe my biggest loss there was um yeah, I I I can think of what to consider a loss. Yeah, yeah, I think that's all I can say for that question. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I'm following. What is it? The answer to that? Like for example, like I can name like biggest losses from this week, this month, easy, but then especially from the time of working at a company, it's like there are times where it's like things don't always go your way. I'm curious, like what, and you reflect on it and think through what happened, what could have been done better, things like that. There's no areas that I guess you reflected on after the role.
Mhm. Okay. Sorry. So I guess I don't consider it like the biggest, but I have a lot of losses during that role, since I was like learning from the ground up. So like one would be like not setting up when I had this brand collaboration going on, since it was my first time doing brand collaboration. So it was like a real mess. I like things were messy at that time, since I didn't like knowledge yet for like this funnels, this truckers for like brand collaborations at that time. So things were flying around, I guess, and it got delayed, and things weren't really prepared until our launch. So since yeah, so and with that loss, I have like reflected on that, to like manage better, or like creating a system for everything that I do, so I don't lose a- anything in the process of doing so.
Got it. Well, thank you. Thank you for the time, and I know that we went a couple minutes over, so I think we can wrap up here. And uh, Jonah, we can sync. Later on. I know that you set up a number of different interviews, and so we're gonna be going through those conversations, and we'll be in touch.
Yeah, okay, sure.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you, John. Thanks, William.
Take care.
Yeah.
You too. Bye bye.
Okay. I'm going to send a quick message. Oh boy. Hey, Jonah, thanks for setting up the interviews with the VAs. To be fully transparent, I think that we're going to want to go for VAs that have or are at a higher level than the conversation or how that first one just went. Um, I know it might take a little bit longer to find the right person, but ahead of the calls, let's really try and vet. Uh, the one is the communication skills. Two is the capabilities with AI, and then the ability to problem solve, move quickly, and then finally, it's okay if they haven't used the tool sets like every single tool, but I think that high agency, high speed of learning, clear, clear quality thinking, and speed of execution are really important. So that's just quick initial feedback. With him, it's going to be a pass, but I'm sure that we'll find uh, the right person. Thank you. All right, guys, that was tougher than I'd anticipated. So we're going to go through the news now. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say we prepared a little bit of news ahead of time, but we're going to try and really get some in-depth news here. So we're about to dive through the news segment. Let's try and get a breakdown, of course, on each piece of news, not just of what's happening, but also the most interested areas, whether it be talking points and potential like insights based on that news. So let's try and lay all of that out for all of the news that we're going to cover on the stream. Okay, here's the breakdown. And we are all set. We're going on Kyle's podcast in 20 minutes here. Okay, Apple OS. Apple Watch OS 27. Okay, so it launches September 15th. So the Apple Watch OS 26, Apple Watch intelligence features. It's bundled with iOS 26 and the iPhone 17. So what are these key features? I used to have an Apple Watch and it was not good. Okay, the key features: wrist flick gesture control, adaptive sound based on environment, live translation through a workout buddy, smart stack, contextual widgets, new notes app, and powered by Apple Intelligence and Liquid Glass UI. I don't know what all that means, but I don't think I'm going to be getting one of these. Okay, why it matters. So Apple continues to embed AI as invisible UX, not as hype. competitors, Samsung and Meta, market AI first loudly, and Apple bakes it in quietly. Signals shift from AI as a feature to AI as baseline. So, I mean, we talked about Apple on a previous news segment. I think Apple is behind, and maybe they're positioning it as them baking it in quietly. I mean, really, this is my personal view. I feel like Apple fumbled AI in a massive way. I mean, when you look at when Siri first rolled out, they've been on the pulse for a while, but everyone's just completely leapfrogged them. And I think it's the natural cycle. The big players obviously have a lot more at risk to go and push the boundaries and adopt these new features. It's not as big of a problem if you're a startup with zero revenue, zero customers to try something new versus trying to roll out that exact same product when you've got billions of dollars and like customers around the world at stake. So Apple's taken a much more conservative approach, but like AI quietly in the background, you've seen so many AI functions and features launched by so many companies in the market. And like realistically, can you name one amazing thing that's Apple's done on the AI side that a ton of people are using? I would have said no, except now this was actually the first AI feature that I could say that just launched, actually, that I'm thinking, okay, I wouldn't really use ChatGPT for this or some other tool. I would use AI. I can actually, I might not be able to play the video. Actually, you know what? I'll play the video. Uh, let's see here. So as a heads up, as I find this video, it shows the new announcement from Apple and how their AI works. And so it's particularly for AirPods. So if you're wearing AirPods, you have you can chat with someone in a different language. So if I'm speaking English and you're speaking Chinese, you could speak Chinese at me. And I don't know any Chinese, but in my AirPods, it's going to say what you're saying. And if we both have AirPods, we could just be speaking at each other in different languages. Or if only one person has AirPods, you can just show your phone and speak back at them, and it'll type out in their language what you're. It'll make more sense once you see the video. I'm not explaining it all that well. So give me 1 second to find this video. I think this is it. Okay, here it is. So this is Apple's real-time translation video.
The magic of AirPods to the way you communicate across languages with live translation powered by Apple Intelligence. Now, when you are together with someone who speaks a different language, like exploring a market abroad, AirPods Pro will help you understand them in your preferred language. Using a new simple gesture, live translation begins. Translating Spanish, while ANC lowers the volume of the person speaking, so it's easier to focus on the translation.
Hola, bienvenida.
Hi.
Hoy todos los claveles.
Hello, welcome. Today, all the red carnations are 50% off. And it doesn't just translate individual words. The meaning of each phrase is translated for you. When you need to talk, just speak naturally.
I'd love to take some of these to my sister for her birthday. I'll buy 8, please.
Your iPhone displays your words in their language and can even read them out loud if needed.
Vale.
Live translation is even more useful when both people are wearing AirPods Pro.
I agree, yeah. Let's include the
Eu concordo, sim. Vamos incluir as principais descobertas na apresentação de sexta-feira.
Com certeza. O cliente vai adorar ver isso.
Definitely. The client will love that. I'll let the strategy team know to prepare that immediately.
Podemos.
This incredible capability is enabled by advanced computational audio on AirPods, combined with Apple Intelligence models running on iPhone.
All right. So that is Apple. Apple's new AI feature that they're quietly building in the background. Okay. So, ChatGPT is giving me talking points. So if you don't care about what I think and you care about what AI thinks, you also have that. And this is very different than what I said. So, is invisible AI the winning approach? Apple's focus, habit loops, gestures, fitness, contextual nudges, compared to noisy AI launches that fade versus Apple's sticky ecosystem. I would argue that their sticky ecosystem is their advantage that they're getting ready to lose. But yeah, because think about it. That's one of the reasons why you stick with Apple. You know, you like the blue texts. Everything's connected. Whenever you toss in AirPods, they work instantly. That's a huge advantage of being in the Apple ecosystem. And if they rolled out or were at the forefront of AI, it would be so hard for a ChatGPT or some of these others that are just exploding in market share to be able to compete with that. They've already left a lot of room for something like that to happen. There's a lot of other previous news to dive into, but I think overall here, I kind of disagree with ChatGPT's approach. If ChatGPT is saying that this is the winning approach, but I think a big shift that Apple has made recently, like, and by recently I mean within the past couple months, is they are realizing they've realized it, but the public's starting to see some of the things that they're forcing to roll out because they've realized that if they don't move fast, they're going to lose the market, you know? And with other slower moving technologies, their playbook has worked great. I mean, they're a massive company, but right now in AI, they're leaving a ton on the table and a lot of people are starting to eat their lunch. And I think they're realizing that. Okay. Next piece of news. So, what's going on with Amazon's AR glasses? I have no clue. I'm just reading this news for the first time. It says Jayhawk and Amelia. I don't know what that means. Oh, but okay, here's what happened. Project Jayhawk. So consumer AR for augmented reality, consumer AR glasses with Alexa integration. So it's targeted for 2026, 2027. So they've announced Project Jayhawk. Project Amelia, work/delivery focused AR device. So augmented reality device for logistics and drivers. I mean, we could probably find this. They probably launched some really cool videos showing what this actually looks like. I'm going to see if I can find the little Project Jayhawk projects. Yeah. So what happened? So this pits Amazon against Meta's Ray-Ban Meta and Apple Vision Pro in the augmented reality race. Sorry, guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to get a tissue. All right. So we got Project Jayhawk. All right, here's what it looks like. Unless these are the meta ones. Yeah, I don't know. This is pretty funny. Imagine if you had glasses as ugly as these. But honestly, the Meta Ray-Bans on the Wayfarer sunglass design, I think look really nice. I like the look of Wayfarers, like these right there. Okay, so that's what's going on with Amazon. Project Jayhawk, Project Amelia. So what does ChatGPT think? So augmented reality is no longer if, but when. Amazon's logistics angle makes it more practical than flashy. If integrated with Prime and e-commerce, augmented reality could change shopping, search, and daily utility. That's actually very interesting. I guess iPhones, everything is very it's a great user experience and a lot of people use it and it went mainstream. This has not gone mainstream yet, like augmented reality. If the user experience is nailed, it could become something potentially that becomes reality. Because I could see it changing shopping or search or utility in some type of way if the experience is really good. But I don't think it's anywhere near that right now. But that said, once you have better chips, better models, better AI, and that's integrated with these things, I could see it people actually building really useful and cool user experiences. Okay, so what are some of these talking points? Consumer versus industrial AR. Which will scale faster? It's a good question. Yeah, Amazon is positioned really well for augmented reality and industrials. All right, that's the next point. Oh, and in retail. Yeah, Amazon's competitive advantage. Obviously they've got Amazon. So they've got that retail side as well as distribution data, which is important. And then augmented reality as the next operating system. I think that that's very, very ambitious. Will glasses replace phones? You'd have to have some very good AR glasses if they were going to replace phones. So this is actually a good thing to think through. So at the end of the day, distribution is not just so important, but it is the thing that's going to decide the winners and losers. And I mean, the tech's getting so good, people don't even know what they want. And with these companies like Amazon or those that have distribution, when they roll out a product, it's going to be the first time that many of these users are going to see AI in this implementation. Yes, there might be some startup out there that has done this already, or people who are deep in the tech know that you can access or do this in another way. But the people who have that distribution are putting that in front of the customers for the first time. And even if it's not as good of a product as what you see some startup building, it doesn't matter because someone trusts Amazon. They trust the brand. They found out about it through Amazon, and they're not going to want to switch to some other company. So that is a massive advantage that these larger companies like Apple could have, and that Amazon has, of course. And so if they're pushing the bounds here, then they're making a bet that this is possible and that it's going to be done well. So I think that covers Project Jayhawk, Project Amelia. They did not launch a promo video or anything with it. Or if they did, I didn't see it on my quick search. I'm using the Perplexity browser, Comet browser. I'm going to see if it can pull up a could you please pull up a hype video or announcement video that they launched with Project Jayhawk or Project Amelia? We'll see. Oh, they did. Oh, wow. Guys, I didn't know the Perplexity browser could do this. This might be a new release. It went directly from that voice prompt search and it pulled up the videos in new tabs. All right, let's watch these. All right, Project Amelia. Okay. So that was Project Amelia. Kind of looked like just ChatGPT, but built into Amazon Seller Marketplace, which I'm sure would be useful, but nothing game changing there. All right, let's look at. Oh, and then this is Amazon's Accelerate. Okay, we're not going to watch that. All right, let's move on to the next piece of news. Oh, wait, we got 5 minutes to cover. I mean, this is a lot. We can cover the rest of the news after the podcast in 5 minutes. Actually, real quick, I'm going to check on something right before the podcast. Give me 1 second. All right, guys, we are back. We're back in business. Oh, perfect timing too. About to hop on the pod with Kyle. Okay. Getting the link. All right. And the mic. All right. I think we should be all set. All right, we're gonna text Kyle. Oh, new link. Sounds good. I accidentally joined the old link. I will hop into the new one. All right. All right, guys, you guys are in for a treat. You guys are about to see the man, the myth, the legend himself, Kyle. Okay, I think. Yo, yo,
Let's go.
what
Yo,
is
how we doing?
up? What is up, man?
Are we recording? Or are
We
we
are actually, if you could give me like 5 seconds, I'm just gonna get my screen formatted for this. But yeah, I have it live on mine as well.
so all right, and I'm gonna put you take your 5 seconds because I gotta get this. I want to
Yeah.
be able let's see.
Oh, I just came up with an idea. I'm gonna do this.
Let's go, dude. Let's
Dude,
go.
I'm pumped. I'm
I mean,
pumped.
dude.
Also, I'm not sure if you can see. Oh wait, no, you can't. You could see on my stream. I'm gonna your
My
Bitcoin
art.
art is in the background. But yeah, sometimes I don't know what it is, but my camera will like zoom in and auto adjust on the face, which I guess is better like on things like this type of software. But when I'm streaming, I normally just have the pure camera. It keeps a little bit more of the background in.
Yeah,
And yeah, your art uh is safe and sound, dude. It looks great.
let's go. Thank you for doing. Dude, I was like, there's so much art in that too. It's like not like one piece.
Yeah.
It's like, I just shoved everything in there.
I haven't opened it up or anything, but yeah, it I can just tell it's like it's thick. There's
Yeah.
layers to it.
Let me get this right. Whatever. We're still getting sorted over here, man.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you got the bat. Yeah, how's the move been, man?
It took a minute. I mean, we're like 3 weeks into it, and it's like the room is disheveled. I'd show you, but I found stuff on the street that I was like, I want this furniture. Like, I
Are you
like,
serious?
yeah, literally, like this big ass shelf and everything.
That's pretty awesome, man. Well, I'm glad that the moves, because moves can be super, stressful and stuff. So it seems like you're handling the move better than most.
Yeah, no, it was the cross country was tough, dude. The road trip, like 30-hour driving in 38 hours, was that
Dude, you
was
did a 38-hour drive? Oh my gosh. I've never made that drive before. And I go across coast all the time, but yeah, I've never made that long of a drive.
I slept in a gas station for like 2 hours. My back was like broken. I was just like,
You
by the time
slept in a gas station? Oh my God. Damn, dude, you're a grinder. We love it.
I'm the only one, I was just with my community.
You're with the community.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
community.
Well, I know we were chatting the other day, but I'm pumped to hear about how it seems like you're like I can see it because I saw like right pre-founder mode and then like in founder mode I can see like you're managing it well, but like how you're always just juggling so many things, but it seems like you've got so many things moving in parallel, which is sweet.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I mean, what you really have seen from like the amount of times I've said I'm starting, like, oh, we're starting, we're launching, we're starting, and it's like, no, we're really starting now. But it's like my ADD brain of just like wanting to start 10 million things, and it's like you got to focus on one. And so, fortunately, I've been able to like it's corralling like the plebs, like
Yeah.
just, hey guys, you guys can be principals of your work to work on whatever you want. Like we're just working under the same umbrella. And if we operate well, like we're going to build something valuable.
Oh
So
yeah.
I've been able to do like,
That's the way to do it.
yeah.
Yeah. Also, super quick question. But how do you like Restream? Like where we're on right now? I mean, the user experience from my end was actually like sweet. I've never used Restream. I've used Riverside, and so I'm about to start doing podcast recordings and bringing guests live on stream. But yeah, I mean, this was super seamless. So
That's what I was taught on. So that's what I previously did my like breaks on and stuff.
yeah,
Uh, I previously like didn't want to pay, and so the free version is a little janky. But then you start paying, and you're like, oh, this is like great. Like this
yeah.
is, and you can hook it up to OBS. Like you can do all that.
Mm.
But for this, I just kept it.
Yeah. So I was just setting this up for Riverside the other day, and I tried a bunch, like not to throw any others under the bus, but I had an awful experience with Podcastle and some others. And then I eventually tried Riverside. I'm like, oh, this is great, great quality, great experience, but it is a little pricier per month. And I'm at the point now where because I'm about to start, I'm like at that final decision point. I'm actually recording a podcast tomorrow. It's going to be the first one on the new series with someone from Luxor, which will be fun.
Do you have a name?
Haley, I forget the.
The person, the podcast.
Oh, okay. That's a good point. That actually I have not finalized yet. The exact name for the podcast. Yeah,
We await excitedly.
yeah, dude.
Or,
I'll hit you up.
This is an unnamed, I wanted to buy. I don't know. I don't know if I should say it. It's such a good name. Nobody's gonna buy it because.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you might want to protect that until you get the name.
I lock it in. I'm gonna need a pretty big seed round just to buy the domain name. So
Okay, well, that's good because you got the barrier to entry. So
Yeah.
people might not be able to even if they want to.
Or maybe I just buddy up with Sailor and he gifts it. He'll just
Dude,
do
I
that.
mean, you could say, hey, look, we're going to do a big partnership, hope.com, and whatever
Yeah.
the name is.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, starting off here, it was like I figured basically we were trying to figure out some kind of structure. Figure quick intros. Really, our audience is to aging young. So whether it's students or just kind of Gen Z, and introing like how we started our day one, right? Like learning about Bitcoin and then that early path to kind of like getting to where we are today. Deep diving kind of into like where you were with SAS mining and what your involvement is like today as an entrepreneur and Bitcoiner. And then kind of ending with like what we're excited about just in the space, like, and riffing.
It's pretty sweet format. I like it.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually doing the same thing right now where it's like a building process of trying to figure out, it ties to kind of what you just mentioned, but Like when you're building something, you're always just trying to figure something out. I don't know what like before I started, because I've been an entrepreneur since I was really young, but before I started, it's like you always have this view that like, oh, by a certain point, people like they got it figured out, they got their shit together. And in reality, it's like, not like that at all. Like I actually felt like I understood things better when I was first getting started than I do now. And I realized that it's like there's just always a lot of things to figure out and do and take care of. And as the organization grows, it's like, all right, you have a bigger monster to slay, so to say.
I think it's
So
one of my favorite parts of being like me in the adolescent stage of being an entrepreneur, where I'm like, oh, taking down eBay, like taking down Amazon, like that's easy.
yes, yeah.
Yeah, you just got to stick with it for the next 10 years, 20 years.
So first time I met Kyle, we had connected through Startup Village. It's a like a community. I don't even know what to call it, but like a community of just people doing cool stuff, building like very ambitious in LA. And we got introduced through Lance, who started the community. And I remember on that drive down to the Big Bear, we were talking, and that was exactly what you're saying. You're like, we're gonna do this, we're gonna take that, and I'm like, dude, I love that because a lot of people just have the mental block, and you can tell that something's gonna like there's potential there when someone's like they've got that uh delusion's the wrong word, but some people might look at it as delusion, but it's like they've got that, hey, there's nothing here but we can actually do this. It's like that Steve Jobs quote, like the people who change the world are the crazy enough. I don't know the exact quote, but like you probably
Yeah.
know what I'm saying, like crazy enough to think that they can, you know. And
Well,
I
that's
love
what,
that.
when I look at the youth today and you talk about like they're limited, right? Instead of limitless. And I was like just riffing yesterday for product design of what we're working on. And it was like, I want people to be able to dream, right? And their dreams become reality, but your dreams are limitless, right? It's like you shouldn't even feel that your dream, like if you're not dreaming big, right? It's one thing to think, okay, I live in the real world, but your dream should be anything you could ever imagine, right? And I think that's like, I don't know. We got to talk with some younger gen people, get them up here and see, what they feel about their,
100%.
you know,
Yeah, dude,
capabilities.
I this has actually been a weird transition that I'm going through at the moment. Everyone's going to go through it. A lot of your audience is probably going to go through what I'm about to explain here. But growing up, especially if you're entrepreneurial, you always are young in whatever you're doing. Like you feel young. It's like you're doing something, you're building a company at like 17, 18. People are like, wow, you're young. You're getting after it. And I'm weirdly reaching that stage. And it's like you're always listening and consuming content from like older people and these podcasts. And then I recently, and this literally just hit me, I was coming back on a flight. And before flights, I like to download podcast episodes. And there were these two podcast episodes I downloaded. One was with the CEO of Cluely, who's 21, and the other one was with this kid who I think was 23. I think it was 23. And kids are savages. Like they're getting after it. And it was the first time that I'm like in the other seat where I'm like, I'm older than these guys. Like I am 29 years old. And that like I'm almost out of the 20s, man. It's kind of crazy to think. And it really just solidified in me. And I've always believed this that the next generation is going to be better.
Yeah.
And especially now more than ever. I mean, so many people are saying, oh, I'm worried about the kids, blah, 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 short attention spans, AI, like AI. Blah. I'm thinking they are made for this world. Like the kids coming up, this next crop is going to be unbelievable. And you're seeing the hints of it now. So probably a good idea that you're going after a younger audience. Like the audience that's listening to my stuff or doing the streams or whatever, like are definitely older. Like I can see the audience demographics there.
I mean, I to the point of one, also the athletes like reaching their prime. Like now that we're older than all the rookies that are entering sports, you're
Yeah,
like,
dude.
oh my God, these guys are like beasts. Like the way that they think, they're so mature because they were coached that way. They were led, right? And it's when I look to your point of the next, generation. It's like I 100% agree with you, as I had, said before. Of like they could take over the world, right? And we need to give them the structure. First of all, we need to make them believe that they can. But two, it's like let's say, 20-year-olds take all the jobs from 50-year-olds, right? Like, let's say that you don't need to be 35 years old to be president anymore. That's just gone, right? And it's like, now the 20-year-olds are looking after society. And I was like, we just need to make sure that they don't go crazy, right? Like 20-year-olds.
Yeah. Like, let's not fuck it up.
Like, don't break everything, but
Yeah.
do what you can. Be bold,
Yeah.
All
Dude,
right.
it's so true. It's so true. Oh yeah, I don't want to derail your show. I'll let you.
I want to intro to your audience, my audience.
Yes.
I'm Kyle Knight, founder of the Bitcoin Culture Hub. Very passionate Bitcoiner. Love Bitcoin collectibles, as you can see behind me. Became very good friends with William out when I was at UCLA, getting my MBA, just kind of messing around. But yes, that story of us getting on a little road trip and then doing I still think about the marketing video that we made. The parkour. Bitcoiners get laid. No.
Yeah, we're gonna have to play that video or maybe like segment it in for people who are watching. But yeah, that was fun.
And so William's been a really strong, just friend, mentor. And as I've been transitioning into full-time founder, figuring out my fit, William was an early Bitcoin founder, started SAS Mining, had his podcasts around mining and energy, and really has done this before. Now is on, well, he's a serial entrepreneur, but second, big venture, maybe if you'd call it second.
I would say that's accurate. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So My Worker AI, fascinating market, fascinating tool. We'll see if Bitcoin Culture Hub has any opportunity to get in there and test out more of the AI companion. We'll just keep working with her. But anyways, I will let you introduce yourself really quick, and we can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think you covered it pretty well. I've been an entrepreneur my entire life, but in terms of more serious ventures, I've been building in tech for about 10 years. My first tech company, was probably an idea that almost every kid has at some point, which is, oh, I want to be able to see how parties are on my college campus, like before I go. So it was like live events, yik yak type of upvote, downvote system. Started getting some traction, but pretty soon into building that, and we had launched on a couple campuses. It's like taking late night calls during college with people in India, like Brijesh and the team. Like, it's like, all right, boys, we're getting together. We're getting this product done. I ended up hearing, I had heard about Bitcoin prior to that, but what really kind of like got me to be like, okay, it's time to pay attention was some of my fraternity brothers. They had gotten in like pretty early, and they got in on Ethereum like right around the pre-sale, like super, like you're talking like picking it up at like anywhere from like, I don't know their exact entry price, but it was under $10 a coin when they were buying like a good amount of it. And it got to a point where I finally started looking into the tech, and I got very interested in Ethereum initially, but it's almost like how everyone, you go down the Bitcoin rabbit hole and it changes your views on so many things. And I got super interested in the ethos of Bitcoin, ended up, as you mentioned, starting SAS Mining, which at the very early days, January of 2018, when you roll back the clock, we're doing Ethereum mining. And eventually, as I learned more about Bitcoin, realized, hey, the mission of this company and what it can stand for, it should be focused on Bitcoin. And so I ended up focusing on Bitcoin. And today, SAS Mining, we're operating on 3 different continents in the US, Norway, and Paraguay. We there's somewhat breaking news, but we have been running diligence on a phenomenal site out in Ethiopia. So who knows what is to come there, but there is very, very interesting opportunities on the company's radar. And then, so to your point, Kyle, I'm currently the president at SAS Mining. I founded it, was the CEO for many years, passed off the reins to honestly the best CEO I've ever witnessed working live. I'm like, he's going to be amazing. And he's had 9-figure sales targets when he was head of sales at a publicly traded company. So sometimes it's like you got to take a step back. Big valuable lesson that I learned during the entrepreneurship journey. And then it also gave me the space to go and start My Worker AI, and currently CEO and founder there, trying to help founders scale their sales with AI. So that's it in a nutshell. I feel like I could ramble forever, but I will pause there. Back to you, Kyle, and we'll run it how you want to run it.
Yeah, I mean, that's starting with something you had touched on, which was finding Bitcoin ethos, right? With the Bitcoin Culture Hub, something that we're focused on is not necessarily jabbing Bitcoin down people's, lives, right? And forcing them to use it, forcing them to save in it. It's more subliminal, more about Bitcoin as an identity, Bitcoin as a guiding path, right? Guiding beliefs. And I think that that's why I love Bitcoin so much, for intrinsic, motivations. And self-development, but also the peers in the network of, Bitcoiners is so strong, right? It's a great community to be a part of. Could you just elaborate a bit more on that transition from ETH mining to Bitcoin and what that, meant to you to say, I want to, represent Bitcoin?
I think everyone has their own kind of process and how that happens. For me personally, I was actually influenced a lot by our now CEO. And as you start following the work of someone like Robert Breedlove or others in the space that have these uh, like big picture views in terms of, you're not looking at Bitcoin so much as an asset, but more of like what this means to some of these existing cultural or accepted norms in society. And you start studying history and just seeing, wait, this stuff's kind of super broken in many ways, which is understandable. I mean, if you just think as of human society as a whole, it's very amazing that things work the way that they do. But there are holes in Bitcoin. Yes, it's a new phenomena, a new technology, but it could solve a lot of problems in the real world. And with Ethereum, uh, if I was to give you the analogy of companies, Ethereum is more like a company trying to find product market fit. And it used to allow for proof of work mining. And Bitcoin's more of like, it's got product market fit. We understand what it can do for the world. It's got clear value. And I can give you many stories. Many people can give you stories of that real value, literally saving lives. Whereas Ethereum is still finding its thing. And I'm by no means saying that Ethereum or these other techs, applications of blockchain technology, aren't going to be a thing. But it was very clear that it's like, hey, there's a mission you can get behind. And like in the role that SAS mining plays, is you're playing in the role of money and the role of energy in society. And so that was really what we try and put that North Star at. It's like we're focused on renewable Bitcoin mining, and we want to improve humanity's relationship with money and energy as the mission statement. And yeah, I'm not sure if you guys haven't checked out SAS Mining, check out SAS Mining's website and you can see a little bit more about what we do.
Yeah, I mean, and a few things. Definitely check out SAS Mining. The website is in a lot, I had explored Bitcoin mining years ago, but never really pursued it. There was, again, not to badger other companies, there was Compass Mining, which was great. And then it had some turbulence. And then Bitcoin mining in general was like, there were some complexities. And was it the, most efficient way to stack sats, or, you have KYC benefits? There's a lot of considerations there. But SAS Mining just approaches it in a very, it's almost like Bitcoin ethos, right? You're like very aligned way that you design the product and the user experience with, your demographic, your audience, right? Which are Bitcoiners.
Yeah. Well, that was the whole big thing is we made the product as Bitcoiners for Bitcoiners. And at the end of the day, I remember when we actually first chatted about the mining side, I think that you had like every Bitcoiner have like a thought in terms of like, okay, we just want to buy Bitcoin, hold the sats, everything. And uh, we're like, hey, look, we're the same type of way. We're trying to, how do you maximize the amount of Satoshis you're stacking over time? And we believe that we've created a much better way to do that. It's like, and not only that, just like how Coinbase made it easy to buy Bitcoin, we've made it easy to mine Bitcoin, and really just bringing it back to the roots of supporting the network as well. Uh, like allowing you to acquire Bitcoin the way that Satoshi did through the mining process. Whereas without a company like SAS Mining, that option isn't even on the table. Like the only option at that point is to buy off some KYC'd exchange. And we approached it like, this is, you could look at it as like freedom money or however you want to say, best store value asset in the world. Whichever line of thinking you're in, all of those are still grounded in the fact that this is an important way where it's like you might not have a PhD in power or relationships with Bitmain and other big manufacturers, but you want to be able to get involved.
Yeah.
That's the door that we've shut down with this model.
And there are two things in your last statement which I found fascinating, which was one, it's not that we're saying the other cryptocurrencies aren't going to provide value to the world, right? And I think that out in LA, Fred Krueger and Ben Sigmund had started Bitcoin First, now Bitcoin Alpha, and it's this concept of there's this toxic maxi, right, which is Bitcoin only. And that's how you see a lot of this friction within Bitcoin's culture today of, well, if it's Bitcoin only, how do we have fun? How do we play, right? You're getting at me for, wanting to explore and experiment on Bitcoin because you told me not to do it anywhere else, right? But I think it's a fascinating idea of, just Bitcoin first and let's see how, the others develop. But also with you and the inspirations when you talked about Breedlove, right? For our audience, which again skews younger or maybe newer in their journey, how did your, it was like peer network or like Breedlove wasn't your necessarily peer, but like you almost feel like a friend right there.
Oh yeah, I remember the first time I met him. I was just it was at a Bitcoin conference, and I was just kind of blown away because I had listened to him so much, and then when I met him, I was surprised by how big he was. Like
Yeah.
he's like 6'4". Like we ended up taking. I'll show you a picture, but we took a picture next to each other, and I'm like, dude, this guy's an animal. He's massive. I actually just listened to a podcast he was on the other day with a fitness influencer, and yeah, he talked about how he used to do powerlifting, and he's also very into Bitcoin, of course, but also fitness, and yeah, great person to listen to for sure.
And just, I guess, expand on the role that other people had in your journey of discovering. One, it was your fraternity brothers, right? That helped you discover
Yeah.
cryptocurrency, and then it was, actually very similar to me. It was my fraternity brothers introduced me to Bitcoin. The other one. So shout out fraternities for all those that.
Shout out fraternities.
All right. But in this journey, I mean, talk about just the random people that kind of came into your life, whether it was strangers as podcasters or local or whatever, right? Who's left a mark on your path?
So I'm probably going to sound crazy when I say this next part, but I will be listening to podcasts all day, just all the time. I'll have AirPods in or videos, but I'm always just listening. And I I wish that there was some type of stat that I could pull up in terms of like the number I've listened to, but in the very early days before Bitcoin, there was a lot of I loved listening and hearing people's journeys about entrepreneurship. Even like back to the School of Greatness podcast with Lewis Howes. I'm not sure if you know him, but I'd listened to like his first like 200 episodes or something. I listened to a lot of when I was in high school, like much younger, a lot of Tony Robbins. So these are non-Bitcoiners, but I think that they do kind of, in a weird way, I think that anyone who's trying to improve or make something better, uh,
Mhm.
it sounds crazy, but ends up tying back to Bitcoin in some way. And so they aren't necessarily ever considered to be part of the Bitcoin journey, but some of those early people who are outside of Bitcoin, just as mentors, I view helping shape my mindset that made me perceptible to Bitcoin. And then within the Bitcoin community, I would say Robert Breedlove has actually been the one that shaped it the most because he covers so many topics with so many intelligent people or in and around the space that it's one of those guys that changed my views on a lot of things in terms of how I saw things. And then I just like to listen to a lot of different people's voices. Every single person that I'm about to name here, I agree with many things, also disagree on a number of things. But people like Jordan Peterson or like other speakers that aren't necessarily in Bitcoin, I think have had massive impacts on my life. I mean, so many, even someone like Pomp too. I've listened to a bunch of Pomp's podcasts and even outside of it, like Patrick Bet David, who's not necessarily a big Bitcoiner, but valuetainment. Uh, there's so many influences. It's hard to give a single person, but I think that at the end of the day, it's not carbon copying someone else's view. Like every single person, you're going to go and build a company. You're going to go and put your views into the world, tell people what you think, and you're going to be right and wrong on a lot of things. And it's just like an artist that you're building your sculpture and no one else, you're not going to go and carbon copy someone else's. You're going to build your own over time from your experiences, and you've got your own lived experiences, and you're going to be able to create something that no one else in the entire world can create because you went through your journey. And that's how I would approach, I guess, answering your question in terms of the influence. But I think that it's just like a culmination and a mix of all of those into what I now believe, which if you put me in a room of non-Bitcoiners, I sound like a fucking crazy person. And then you put me in a room of like the most hardcore maxis, and they might say, like, you've got some of the way there, but you don't have, you still need to do some reading. And I respect that on both sides.
I think the through line of you saying how it all feeds into Bitcoin, right? At the end of the day, that self-growth and that just also diversity of opinion, unique perspective that you bring, that's the value of Bitcoin. When you walk into a room of Bitcoiners, it's so diverse, the minds and the bodies, right? And your background, right, of that Ali picture, it's like that's as much Bitcoin as buy Bitcoin, right? Like it's that proof of work, that effort, that willingness to put yourself out there and try. And I think it's like so underappreciated that, or under recognized rather, that Bitcoin is so much more than just this asset class, right? It's a way of living, a way of being. And so I find it fascinating. I want to just transition of you being kind of like that thought leader in Bitcoin mining and energy. What kind of insights do you have moving forward? We were having this discussion within the Bitcoin Culture Up team of like, Bitcoin miner trade schools, right? There's a need for people to enter Bitcoin mining, and just the way that the landscape's going to grow over the next, decade plus. Could you elaborate just a little about where you see Bitcoin mining heading, and just the opportunities it might present?
Yeah, this is a massive question. So I'll try and, I guess, take one slice of this, right? So over my time running the SAS Mining podcast, I had the opportunity to speak with a lot of the biggest miners in the world, a lot of the biggest people in energy, and then people within the ecosystem, the mining pools, things like that. And if you talk to me on like day one versus like the last episode, my view on a lot of these topics had changed. And the through line that is now what has been crafted in terms of my view on a long time horizon. Sorry, I'm getting a call. I got to ignore this real quick. It's ringing in my ear. So taking a step back, my view on a long time horizon of like what the world is going to look like, because it's like you see the world today, you see what's happened, you've seen the trends of the past, but like what does that future look like? I think that it actually goes to what one of our advisors, Brandon Quidham, talks about as Bitcoin mining as the pioneer species, which is Bitcoin gives you Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining give you the beautiful incentive to build and maintain cheap energy systems. Because if you're a Bitcoin miner, you're going to scour the globe for the cheapest energy. You don't want to spend, 5 times as much per kilowatt hour to generate Bitcoin. And so naturally, you've got this incentive that's going to bootstrap many stranded power assets that might have been decommissioned because they didn't have the financing to finish them, or wasted power that is currently going completely unused that can now be used to support Bitcoin, or new technologies like Crusoe. He's also been on the podcast, CEO of Crusoe. He is capturing methane, which is far more damaging to the environment than carbon dioxide. And so going back to this through line of Bitcoin as the pioneer species, I think it truly does improve humanity's relationship with energy. It's going to allow more energy, and energy, I believe, is I think that energy's gotten a very bad rep, like non-renewable energy sources. And many people look at me and they'll be like, you only do renewable energy sources. Like the oil and gas guys, like they look at me and they think like, what is this guy saying? But I think like my core belief on energy is that it is the foundation and the bedrock for civilization. The better that your society can harness energy, the more that you're going to be able to produce, and the more that you're going to be able to support like the society and species as a whole. It's like if you don't have energy, you can't run hospitals, you can't take care of basic human living expenses. And so I know this is like more of a macro view, but tying it to the Bitcoin mining industry, I think that Bitcoin is like the biggest and Bitcoin mining in particular, you're going to see it as the biggest underdog for actually going and solving a lot of these problems among all of those different areas, whether it's stranded power, wasted energy. And then it's also going to take that next step in getting more energy capabilities and capacity globally in all these areas because you have that economic incentive for cheap energy. So at a macro view, I think that, and this is where if you just take the headline, it sounds fucking crazy, but I think that Bitcoin mining is the most powerful. Bitcoin mining is the most powerful technology we have in the energy sector and in terms of combating climate change.
Fascinating headline and what it represents on the block, right? You know, in terms of just financial transaction and story, that's so powerful, right? On the energy side and the financial side, you put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, that's not even addressing the Bitcoin side.
Yeah.
This is the beauty. This is why Bitcoin ties into everything. Like this entire, like everything that I just outlined to you, that incentive mechanism that makes that possible, and Bitcoin mining, that technology that can do all these things, is because of the incentive from supporting the Bitcoin network and the things that make Bitcoin beautiful. It's like the most beautiful ecosystem possible.
Yeah. And I want to emphasize the pioneering, that word, right? Which to me is so inspiring, right? To the next generation, to anybody. You could be, Gen Z, you could be a boomer. This idea of having the opportunity to go explore something new as a civilization, right, it doesn't come along every day, right? And if you are looking for something to dedicate your time to, dedicate your energy to, there's no bigger open, wide space than there is with Bitcoin, right? And it's whether it's mining, you can go explore energy, you can go into the renewables or, the fossil side, you can go explore the financial aspect, and you're always on the cutting edge, right? We're 15 years into this thing, right? And it's like, or what are we, 16, 15, right? And
sometimes it's like it'll be like the next year I'm like, oh,
yeah. It's like I forgot how old people are. I used to make fun of my parents for not knowing my age. No, my mom knows my age. My dad, questionable.
So sometimes it can be hard to remember, but then I just do the math from my age. I'm like, all right, well, I just add this, and
yeah. And it's a thrill to be able to contribute to something that's pretty much day one, right? You think we've gone so far, we have, but if you were to start today, you're at the ground floor, right? We're so early. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. And this is a question that a lot of people ask around Bitcoin mining, which is, when's the last Bitcoin going to be mined? And this is really what puts it into perspective. The last Bitcoin is going to be mined in the year 2140. And realistically, as an entrepreneur, you assess the landscape and you figure out, okay, what does the world look like in X number of years? What's first principles thinking that we can ground that truth in? And if you look at it in that time horizon, you mentioned, we're still within the first inning or first couple innings, technically first inning, if you look at it like from a baseball perspective, because 2140 is quite a ways away. And I mean, it is unbelievably early, especially for someone who really dives in. Even Saylor got in late. Like, when did he get it? He got in 2020. Yeah. And he's got, I don't know how many Bitcoin. I mean, it's very, very early. Someone who gets in now is going to be looked back on as one of those like crazy early adopters if they really dive in fully. Like Kyle here.
Saylor, I mean, now we're going to talk about this a little bit of Saylor, said build the bridge, walk on it, drive a tank over it, right? And that's what he did with putting Bitcoin on balance sheets in the public markets. For the Bitcoin Culture Hub, we believe so intensely that it's like we're in a transition to this new world, right? It's not about just Bitcoin. We're transitioning into a new world, right? A new world of money, a new world of tech. And how can we be the bridge for all the generations? We're going to target the younger one, but it's going from Web 2 to Web 3. Like, we're not in Web 3, and we definitely don't want to be in Web 2 anymore. Right? We're not in a Bitcoin world, but we definitely don't want to be in fiat anymore. Right? And what is this going to look like? It's going to take years, plural, right? And I think I love being in a position to lead, I guess, a community that's desiring to be a part of the new world, that's hungry for the next. And so I'm going to transition to the final question, which is what excites you about just the space? It could be Bitcoin or not, but what's giving you energy today?
That's a good question. Well, there are a lot of things. So I'm gonna pick one that I've been spending pretty much all my time on, and we haven't talked too much about, but I think that, like, if you take a step back and you try and think what is going to be the things that change the world the most in the coming years, Bitcoin, 100%, and we dove into some of those reasons. I think the other one is AI, and AI is a super broad term. You have a lot of people throwing it around, but I will ground it in a new perspective that I believe only a miner can have. So in Bitcoin mining, at the end of the day, what are you doing? You've got these data centers or something to run the ASICs, the Bitcoin miners, or the ASICs, the application specific integrated circuit. That is going to consume the energy, and you're going to receive Bitcoin for the data processing that happens from that unit. At the end of the day, the thing that makes an AI model work, when you use ChatGPT, these are large language models that, in order to train, they're using so much compute. It's a different machine, but it's the same type of setup. You need a data center, you need the particular type of GPU, and that's going to help with AI. The models today, I'm not sure when this is going to be launched, but like today in September, you have unbelievably powerful AI with ChatGPT 5. And if you think about it, this is the worst that it's ever going to be. And if you think about how bad or how difficult it was for you to get things done with AI just 3 short years ago compared to today, that, just from a compute perspective, was maybe at the time about 1/10 the compute that you had today. Not major architectural differences. It's like this was one of the biggest breakthroughs in AI. You throw compute, the shit gets better. And that's how good it is today from how bad you've experienced it, right? I did this on stream the other day because I've seen no one do this. This is breaking news, Kyle. No one's done this research. I did this research with AI because I think it's so important. And if you're really going to predict the future, you need to ground it in some type of reality and try and ground it in first principles thinking. So what I did was I looked at how much money is being invested by all these large companies into the AI infrastructure, and what is the growth rate in terms of the performance that you've continued to see. It's continued to follow the same trajectory on the hardware performance, like the GPU is getting better. So really, the end goal that I was trying to get at was how much data processing and compute is going to be used in the models of tomorrow compared to today. So it's like, if you have a looking glass, that's what I'm going to give you a looking glass into the future. And so based on the amount of investment and the improvements in the base hardware infrastructure, with way more sub details that are not needed to get into to explain this, those are the big key concepts. You're going to be looking at roughly a 10x level of compute compared to today's compute. And I don't think we have time to go into every single thing that spit out in terms of what that means for the world, but just know that this is going to be, especially if you're younger, this is your massive competitive advantage. This is how you are going to outcompete and crush every boomer, every person, even like, I'm young, but you're going to outcompete people like me and others, is if you become the best with these tools. You're leveraging a technology that is like that growth rate, like 1/10 to where we are today. 10 times this is far more compute than that little amount that was from a couple years ago to today's model. So if the trend even partially continues, you're going to be looking at something that really gets scary good. And I think that that's a whole nother podcast or 100 podcasts to cover. But I think that the big key is that in a world where you've got exponentially increasing technology, just being positioned, understanding Bitcoin and understanding AI, and really being forward and adopting it and not listening to teachers or organizations that tell you not to use it, being good with it is important. And I'm energized about the potential of what you're going to be able to build from that.
You heard it here from William first. Limitless capabilities for that.
Limitless.
Limitless. I mean, I have said I'm very passionate about supporting the youth. I grew up wanting to be a kindergarten teacher, and now 5, 10, 8 year olds or whatever, right? That anybody is going to have the ability at their fingertips to basically take their imagination and put it into the world, right? And that's talk about energizing. I mean, that's so exciting. And then you do it, and you add the dimension of a Bitcoin standard, and you're like, you could build civilizations on this thing. The average Joe could build civilizations on this thing. Yeah. You got me going. Now I'm like, let me get into this.
Dude, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. I mean, some of the things that you can do. I mean, really, on top of that, especially for a younger audience, like what you have at your fingertips, I think, like high agency people, like the world is in your hands, like really. And I'm not saying that metaphorically or anything. You literally are about to have power of like worlds at your fingertips, and it really is up to you to decide like how are you going to use that. And I think that this is really where it comes into, outside of just understanding tech, there's like the philosophical side of things that we're not covering in this podcast, but really just trying to understand like, why do I believe things are the way that they are? What do I think would make things better? And like genuinely asking that type of a question and being open to trying to find the answer to that question and following that. I think that those types of questions do become very important, and it's more important than ever now. I mean, to be honest, me and many other people like are terrified of what could happen. It's like with greater, so cliche, like greater power comes greater responsibility, but with like the greater capabilities that you have coming, it really does draw that line between like good and evil, or however you want to look at it, of you want to be on the side of good. You want to take the actions that are going to make the world better. Not you want to take the actions that are going to make your life better and make the lives of those around you better. And ideally, after that, as society as a whole. But you are going to have that power, and you already do have that power, but it's only going to increase. So literally whatever sculpture you want to build, you're going to be able to build.
You just summarized everything that we hope to communicate to the world today, which is, you have the power to change yourself and others, use that for good. Soon it'll be limitless. Your creations, everything is in theory possible. It is today. It will be more so tomorrow. And doing things with a Bitcoin standard, doing things with Bitcoin ethos, at least keeps you on a path, where you're feeling grounded and centered in something that's a positive truth that has been, at least to a general consensus, a very strong community of Bitcoiners, to be this something we can agree on, right? With taking that step into tomorrow. Permissionless, decentralized money is incredibly exciting, and the soundest, hardest money of our time is just like, that gets me. I won't say the word.
Fired up.
Gets me fired up. Yeah. You guys, the first podcast.
Episode number 1. Let's go.
1, baby.
Dude,
Bitcoin
kicking
culture.
it off with a bang.
This is launch day. Landing page is going to be out. Our first product's coming soon. But Bitcoin Culture Hub, it's meant to be a beacon to the world in our transition to the new world. Bringing on people just like William, who we're so grateful to share their stories and their time with, not just myself and our community, but these are to live on and just be seated within our community. With as time goes on, I think if we can become the repository of voices like William has, I can promise you, William has listened to more podcasts than probably anybody I know. He was on our first trip falling asleep to endless 4-hour podcasts, and I don't think he ever slept. I think they were just in his brain.
That is true. I do that. It's very comforting. Like, how kids sometimes read books going to sleep. I love listening to a good podcast.
Little bedtime story. Well, William, thank you. I know you got work to do. Best of luck with My Worker, Saz Mining. Excited to be championing that in my own little way over here. And on to the next, man. Let's go.
Dude, let's go. And honestly, absolute honor to be able to be the first podcast that you guys are launching here. And I am personally just so excited for what you guys are building. You're an incredible human being, an incredible entrepreneur that I'm seeing like right now. And I know that it's just only going to continue and compound. And you are an amazing leader, and people are going to want to follow you. And I know a lot of people in Bitcoin, and I mean, a ton of people. And realistically, I think that you're the right person to be building this, to be leading this. And so it's an honor, and I'm grateful for you having me on here. And I'm wishing you nothing but the best, man.
Man, I appreciate those words. Those are, take them to the heart, for real. We got a long way ahead. This is a lifelong journey. I'm glad to have you by the side, and it's just, I mean, it's such a thrill, dude. We're getting started. We're, you know, to have this energy since birth of like, oh, I'm just like a little different, right? Like school's fun, you know, the 9 to 5, the career is exciting, but to be able to be a principal, you know, have an idea and begin to execute it, begin to build community. I think it's just so, I have always asked people to think about becoming an entrepreneur, or just challenging that part of their brain that says, you know, maybe I can, right? If I would, what would I do? And I will advocate to end this episode to, you know, that's your homework. Think about what would you do if you were to be the principal of an idea and go launch something in a time where it's kind of limitless to do so. So great,
Dude,
man.
let's go. This was awesome. A lot of fun, man.
All right. Appreciate
Thanks for making it happen.
Absolutely. Till next time.
Peace.
Yeah, I don't know.
How does this work? Does it like cut off automatically, or?
So I can stop. I'll stop the recording, and then it's done. And now we can show. But for you, you're probably, I don't know if you're.
Yeah, I guess I'm still on stream, but
Yeah,
dude.
whatever.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm literally streaming like all day now. Sometimes I'll forget that I'm on stream, and I'll just, yeah. It's an interesting feeling. That's all I'll say. It's like, because you're just working, and a lot of times people don't realize that, or I guess maybe they do, but it's like a lot of the day, especially if you're working a lot, you're just sitting in front of a computer, like not even saying anything, just like shut, like, because you got to focus on doing whatever. And sometimes I'll like see some of the clips or something that someone sends. I'm like, do I really look like this when I'm thinking? I just look like, yeah, I just look like so sad or angry or something. It's like crazy.
Yeah, I've wanted to do the. I'm sure you've seen the clips, and I'm surprised you need a little. It could be a block clock or something behind you. That way you can like track the time.
Yeah,
edition.
that's a good point. I should do
Yeah.
that.
Because it's those guys that have the iPad and it's like 0 to 24 hours, and you just see them working and the iPad's counting, so you like know it's real time. And it's like you can show.
That's so smart.
I know. I was like, fuck.
Yeah. Wait, so is it like physical, or it's just on the computer screen?
Theirs, they would have like an iPad right here, and they're working behind. Like they could even have their backs turned to us, and it's just showing them like moving. They'll get lunch, they'll cook, but they're working over the span of 24 hours, and it's a time lapse they speed up. And so it's like,
oh yeah,
like 2 hours, right? And it shows them like going, the lights go off, and it comes back on 2 hours later, right? And it's kind of sick.
Damn. If you see one of those videos, shoot it over my way, because like if there's something I need to buy to do it, I mean, that could be cool.
I just bought, it's instead of block clock.
Black clock?
Block clock. It's a CoinKite product. CoinKite.
Yeah, I know CoinKite.
Yeah. So block clock, and it literally just counts the blocks. It's nothing like that crazy. Yeah. But one of my buddies came out with like a little more. It's like a screen that has like, it's more digital. They actually have it at PubKey. They have both the block clock and this thing at PubKey, but it's like more like an LED screen. So you could have it behind you, it would show the price. It would have the block height, and that way it's just like,
I see. Yeah, I pulled it up here. That's pretty cool. Okay. Very interesting.
The other guys are fiat, so they do time, but
I see. Very cool. Yeah, so I need to get like some type of clock, because dude, I'll rip like 9-hour streams. The other day I was so sick, I felt deathly ill, and I did a 9.5-hour streams, blowing my nose like every like couple minutes, just grinding through, because I'm working anyway, and I might as well like stay on stream while I do it. But
if anything, it's like MJ's flu game, and you're like, you come up
Yeah,
with, you know,
exactly. Actually, that's a good way to look at it. Yeah.
dude, I
Oh, you got
had
the art.
my buddies for my fantasy football draft or whatever. They were like, dude, how old are you? Like, that's your bedroom, bro? Like, get a grip.
That's so funny.
I was like,
Yeah,
this is
man.
fire. I don't know what you're talking about.
So one of my buddies came over. Yes, I hadn't seen him in a little while, um, and it was cool because I showed him some of the art. He's like, "Man, this is awesome." Uh, and yeah, dude, the Bitcoin art. I mean, he's not a Bitcoiner at all. Uh, I've actually been orange pilling him because I think whenever you orange pill someone, their life gets better. And so I've been orange pilling him, and he's actually gonna come in for like 20K on SAS mining. I'm like, dude, I got to get you orange pill. He's like, dude, I don't know about Bitcoin. I'm like, all right, well, we're gonna get you in somehow.
Dude,
And
that's a
so
fire line whenever you orange pill someone, their life gets better.
that's true. Yeah,
That's a whole website
that
copy.
that actually is
Can I quote
interesting,
you saying that?
dude. I would actually love that. Please do.
I'll put it on. Yeah, I mean, because
Put it on the Culture Hub.
the culture of needs testimonial is not about it's just about Bitcoin. Like, it's not about them or us. It's just like, yeah, this is fact. Like,
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
I'll do that. Yeah. Dude, yeah, you can put up the Bitcoin art. I mean, I have so much. I just got these from, if you know, like No Waste BTC signs. And so it's like they have a number go up, and this one's like a Barbie Bitcoin one.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't know, I have a bunch of other shit that has to go up in the room. But
I might actually, yeah, if you're cool with that, I might put some
yeah, you
up.
can. I don't know. Some of the stuff, like the posters and shit, obviously aren't framed, so you'll just, I don't know, we'll do whatever. Honestly,
Yeah,
like that's.
I would need to frame like
I
those
love
if I
it.
put them up.
This is like it's called Manhattan Pepe, and
Yeah,
literally in 2018, somebody painted a goddamn oil painting of Pepe in Manhattan. I'm like, it's gorgeous. Like
that's a gorgeous, yeah.
And somebody was just like, I don't want it, and I was like, are you mental? Like,
Didn't want it. Oh my
yeah,
God.
like, what do you live that bland of a life? You don't want that.
Unbelievable. Well, actually, it's interesting because honestly, being in here, I feel like it might get some good, especially if I put a piece back here somewhere or something. Yeah, that'd
Yeah,
be cool.
no,
Because then
I mean,
it's one of those things where people will comment on it,
yeah.
like it'll come up and then it's like, oh yeah, check out
Conversation.
Bitcoin Culture Hub, my buddy Kyle. And then it's like,
Uh,
bringing people to the Culture Hub and orange pilling them. So yeah, maybe I should remove
I
the
should have
Ali.
I should have a gift for everybody that comes onto the podcast, which is like Bitcoin art, and I partner with like some artist that's like, I send you that, and then it's like it could be a little statue, a little trophy like thing.
Yeah, that's actually a phenomenal idea. Yeah. Yeah, get them some art.
Yeah.
Dude, honestly, I feel like I should do that too. Just because that would orange pill more people.
Yeah. Or
Yeah.
we could start the Bitcoin. I mean, it's like trusted partners, and we feed you guys. That way you don't have to work. Because the whole thing is empower you to not have to do the work yourself. To like, oh, I need to create something so that I can give it to people. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
Bitcoin Culture Hub already created it so that I can give it to people.
Actually, low key, I'm not sure if this would be feasible, but if you get that set up and you have like whoever's managing that, or if there's an assistant or you, but maybe if there's like someone who just does that, then whenever I record episodes or something and pass it off to them, then they can do that. And then, yeah. And dude, because the other thing too is if someone's coming on for a pod or something, they would be a good person to orange pill, because they're someone who could get a lot of people involved, So
Yeah.
yeah,
No, that
yeah.
the ideas are going.
I'm helping build the community, man. There we go. Yeah, I would be happy to.
It's built by the plebs for the plebs.
There we go. There we go. I love it.
Yeah, I'll be out in like, I guess it's a month. So I'm going to Ben and Fred. I'm still volunteering at Ben and Fred's thing October like 16, 17. So I'll roll out there and we can bull for a little. I'll stop by the sanctuary, your
Dude,
sanctuary.
hell yeah. Hell yeah. Dude, I'll be pumped, and I'm gonna have to make a trip out to. I'm gonna pull up my calendar just because I'm curious now. I'm gonna have to make a trip out to your neck of the woods at some
Yeah,
point. Also, because I've got family in on the East Coast, so something that I do need to make a trip out there at some point.
I'm working on because New York doesn't really have a Bitcoin home. Like PubKey is like only 20% of their patrons know it's Bitcoin, right? Like it doesn't have Presidio Bitcoin or Bitcoin Park or the space in Denver. And I'm like, Winklevi here, they invested in PubKey. PubKey wanted to do this, but they didn't. I'm like, we could definitely create this like like this physical location, either a cafe or co-working or whatever, for
Yeah.
Bitcoin. And it's the Bitcoin culture hub, and then it's like the pinnacle. You're in New York, right? We have and you just
Mm.
like global beacon, right?
Yeah, dude. I like that. The wheels are turning. You've got a lot of big things on the horizon. Need more interns.
I need way
We
more
need way
interns,
more. I mean, not nearly enough
dude.
interns.
You know what's hilarious, and I wonder if the streamers are gonna laugh. Is like we were talking about, because I was like thinking of radical ways to monetize, and I'm like, how could I like, in theory, I could get people to pay me to work for me, right? And it's
Yeah.
like, because you pay to go to a conference and network and learn, you pay to go to school and learn, you pay, to get a
Yeah.
job opportunity. If I were to like create something where it's like you become, top 100 builders in Bitcoin, you pay to be a part of it, but you get equity in what you're building. Like, you
Yeah.
connect with the top 100 builders, you're connected with it, and it's like, so my boy was like, I think you should ask your unpaid interns if you if they would pay to be your intern, and then immediately be like, oh, you think so? All right, unpaid internship ended. If you'd like to continue,
Dude, that's hilarious. No, I mean, that's kind of it. Look, if you look at like Draper University, like people pay to go through that. I mean, and
yeah,
then exactly your point, like all these things. So yeah, I
Pomfret, of
mean,
course.
yeah, depending on like what it is, there is the possibility there. I mean, at the end of the day, for what you're building too, you really need a lot of people involved. Like
Yeah,
it's almost like you can achieve network effects. So the more people that are involved in there, the one thing is keeping and managing that, But as long as you can do that, which like it's obviously doable, then be sweet.
that's what right now it's like, exploring the venture studio model and building out some kind of protocol to like reward people, like permissionless building, where instead of, if you work for Facebook, you work on a product, like you're not going to work on marketplace if you work on their feed, but it's like you should be able to contribute anywhere across the organization on any idea and be rewarded if your idea either sparks innovation or is implemented. And it's like, how can we build this model like a little bit like BitTex
Dude,
or that style, but
yeah. Also,
nobody.
I'm gonna turn on my fan, dude. My room is so
Yeah,
hot right now. I'm like sweating.
dude.
Oh, that feels so much better. I was getting hot.
All right, I'm so glad. Every time it's like I tested out the recording and downloading it, dude. My same with my room, but our electricity bill is like fat, like $200 a person a month.
Yeah, our electricity is like crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which, let's get some mining in here and fucking fix that.
Dude, if you mine there, you would lose so much money.
Yeah,
It would be like the biggest net loss. Oh my God.
we believe in it. You
But you
gotta mine.
believe, I mean, you are doing a good thing supporting the network. Like it is kind of
Yeah,
dope. It is super dope to be a miner, so maybe that's worth the cost. But
yeah.
yeah, your electricity out there is like what? Got to be 25 cents or something.
I don't, I don't look at the bill.
Yeah, that's true. Like most people don't know the cost per kilowatt hour on like electricity.
Yeah. But yeah, bro. Next week got like a tour. Going to be meeting Michael Saylor.
Mm,
Bitcoin Treasury Zone conference. It's like a 300-person conference. Saylor's a keynote twice, and then I'm gonna bring him the Buy Bitcoin sign and have him sign it. And then,
yeah.
and because he hired Ella Huff, Bitcoin Student Network founder, to lead Bitcoin advocacy I'm really tight with her, and we're building our first platform for the student network. And then we're going to try the Sailor course to be the official certification that students can get. And so we really tie into Sailor.
Yeah.
And that, like, it's very Facebook-esque. Start with students.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, that's the way to go. Especially if you are building something like you're building. Like that's perfect. Yeah.
You see, I was just gonna really quick. I know we both gotta work, but
It's just so fun to hang out, and we're both like, damn, we don't want to have to do that.
So it's like these cards.
Oh, nice. Bitcoin
so,
Culture Hub. This is looking good.
Yeah, there's a little welcome video.
Mhm.
This needs to be updated, but the cultural OS and foundations, we have you take a quiz and you get assigned an archetype. You get placed into like a house like Hogwarts style, so it's like global communities or regional, and then citadels are like local clubs or hubs, and then kind of building infrastructure up around that. But it's the new modern Rolodex. We're changing the way that people identify and brand themselves on the web. So.
Yeah. Well, dude, you know I love what you're up to. So if there's ever anything that I can do to, help, whether it's like, come on for like a pod or, fill out a profile or whatever, like
Yeah.
I want to see you bring the vision to life and obviously succeed. So
Preach that.
Yeah.
Really do. I'll let you know when the cards are ready. You'll have to give some feedback and
dude, I'm in. I love the trading card, and I will like be sharing the trading cards. I orange pill a lot of people, but I don't know, like card pill, whatever the terminology is.
Yeah, we'll have to come up with a saying for the badge. Like hopefully it makes it easier. That's the whole point. Make it easier to orange pill people, right?
Exactly.
So
yeah, and I love the cards, dude. It'll be sweet.
It's like infinite amount of cards over here.
Yeah, a lot of cards. I actually think I unintentionally got one of my buddies to buy some Bitcoin cards, actually, which is kind of funny. I think he bought a pack. Yeah.
I mean, they're kind of addictive. Like, I get it.
Yeah. I was like, dude, there's only 1,000 of these.
Yeah. Like, you don't want your piece of history.
Yeah.
What's on the cutting edge with my? Are you still diving into Sora and creating Mia Khalifa?
So that was my buddy who created that. But yeah. So on Sora, every single day before going live, I create the thumbnail image and then use that to go live on YouTube. And then every day the editing team will edit up a bunch of clips, post those across all the channels, and then make a YouTube video. And we're continuing to iterate.
How'd you find them?
Actually through a referral. So I ran like the LinkedIn post, got like ton of applicants, and then like funny enough, I ended up just like going with someone who was a referral. But yeah, man, what I like is the trajectory, because at the end of the day, like the most important thing is like you've got a team that has like high agency that can get things done and it can take feedback and like won't be making the same mistakes again and like iterate quickly. And so who used to do my Instagram videos a while back, I think that they actually like this was a judgment call in the moment. I'm like, I think that this other team's actually better, but I know that how they operate and I know that like the potential is capped and I want to go way bigger than what they can do. And it's gonna and then your options kind of be, well, like this is the best value I can get here. So I would need to like it's basically investing in talent. And like with these guys, I'm like, all right, similar cost. They're not as good, but I believed in the guy who like it's so weird, but like you can believe in people, and I'm like, I believe in this guy. Like I think that he's going to be able to adapt quickly, lead, do what needs to get done, and he's been proving it, and like it's getting better week over week. So I'm super excited.
No longer banned from YouTube.
Dude, I'm out of YouTube jail. I am in TikTok live jail, so that dude, this is one of the crazy things. Like I had no idea. You have so many just like little like hurdles that you got to jump through in order to get something done nowadays. I'm like, why am I getting banned on these platforms? I'm not doing anything illegal. Like, yeah, I accidentally live streamed part of another person's video, like iShowSpeed, but it was educational. I was trying to learn about iShowSpeed. I was trying to do market research, and I was like, what is making this guy so special? So I played some of his streams, skipping around. We're talking about it. Bam.
Dude, you're also advertising for him. What's the big issue?
It's crazy, dude.
That's
It's crazy.
free advertising.
I appealed it with a long, well-worded appeal that ChatGPT wrote, and still, dude, they rejected my appeal and kept me off.
They don't know what they're missing out on.
I know, dude. That content could have gotten like 50
Okay.
views.
Yeah.
Yeah, like no one would have watched it anyway, and I'm just like getting banned over it. But it's okay. We're back in business across platforms. We're doing like I believe we're doing a bit over 100,000 impressions across all platforms a month. And so yeah, I have this thing called Metricool where you can see it like everything added up. Like that includes LinkedIn and like just every little thing. But that's a decent amount of people considering how mid the current content is. And so that gives me hope, dude. It's like Michael Saylor and Bitcoin. I have hope because it's at this level and it's already getting that, you know?
Yeah. That's all you need is hope. Well, that's all you need. Well, to your point of the it was like earlier on whatever. Like you see it building. You're building a foundation, right? If you trust the foundation, you trust the path, that you're headed down. It's like you keep putting one foot in front of the other. Like, I love the content. The IG clips are actually pretty solid.
Oh,
Pretty
dope. Appreciate it.
not enough, but I need to.
Dude, it's actually interesting because, and this is actually super relevant for like on the entrepreneurship side, but there's always that inevitably, like when you're going and you're building, like there's always things that are going well, things that aren't going well. We talked about that, but something that's kind of been helping like get through some of the times where things are really difficult is the idea that like this is the story that you're at one point going to tell. Like this is your journey, and that is amazing if you really think about it, like to be like when you look back at the end of your life, the person that you become is shaped by that journey and is going to be grateful that you went through that. And if you can kind of in the moment when things are very difficult, when you're building the business or you know building something as big as what you're trying to build, inevitably you're going to have explosive, this is going to die moments, like inevitably. And like, and whatever path you choose is going to be the path. It will either become your vision or it will die. And it's your decision. And in those really difficult moments, and that's why there is going to be one and it's going to be yours, and why many others aren't going to make it happen. But in those moments, just getting through it, knowing that like that is like you're getting through that is what makes it happen. And later on, you're going to be grateful for that moment because that's going to be your story and be your journey. It's going to be so boring. How boring of a movie would it be if like at the end, you're like, I tried Bitcoin Culture Hub, everything went perfectly, it became the big thing. And, I mean, there weren't really too many challenges, got into a couple arguments with some people when they were building, but like there are a couple times where like payroll got a little tight, but it was pretty smooth sailing. Like that is not that interesting of a story. But like a story where it's like this happened, this, and then this, and it's like against all odds, like this happened. And like if you were watching that movie, you were like, damn, this thing's going down, the ship is crashing, game over, 99.9%. And then this happened. And we had hope, and then this. And so that's a better story. And that's one thing that helps in those moments is, hey, this is the good part. You don't want to take the good part out of the movie. Like that's the part that people like want, so you probably haven't faced like those yet, or actually maybe you have, I don't know, it's still early, but like those types of parts when it gets to that point are going to be the part that you can be like, all right, like let's go. Like the movie's just starting to get good.
I think what where I'm at now, and the amount of people that told me not to build a social network, they're like, don't build a social network, don't build a social media. And I'm like, it's so easy to want to take down all the social medias. Like they just do it wrong inherently. Like a marketplace, they provide goods and services. Like social media is just fucked. And it's like,
Yeah.
my buddy, and it was good advice, and that's the reason we've started with students and are building a separate product. It like resulted to literally just a conversation Monday night at midnight resulted in us building a second product immediately before launch that we could like segregate what we're doing. But it was like, no, I want 3 billion users in the next decade. Like you could tell me that's not realistic. Like you can go also punch yourself in the dick because I don't believe you. And it's like
Yeah. It's like it's like, dude, go punch yourself in the dick, dude, because we're going to make it happen.
Yeah.
I mean, like just the creativity, even like, for example, maybe it would have been impossible if you didn't come up with that creative structure to be able to get people on board without having the budget of these massive social medias.
Yeah.
But like that right there, like maybe it would have been. Now it's not. We have this approach and we've proven that we can do it and acquire users and do X, Y, and Z and get the coverage we need without having, hundreds of millions in extra money to do that,
I looked at I have my buddy doing research on every like social or consumer product that's reached, billions or hundreds of millions, and then looking at their launch and basically saying like, okay, what actions did they take and what was their product about? And then we just basically pull out like, this is what we're capable of, or you can be creative and say like, this is another avenue to do the same thing that doesn't require XYZ. It's like, yes, we know we need numbers. Like everybody knows shit. Right?
Yeah, we need it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So let's design an incentive structure that rewards people for joining, right? And it's inherently better than the product that they're using currently, right? There's no argument that they could make that says I should not, join this community. Then you can win.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. I mean, even this too, the podcast piece, I think that was, if I look back on SaaS mining, and it takes some work, but now that I kind of understand the flow and structure and have it set up, I'm super pumped because it's going to help a lot. Like that opens so many doors, so many doors. And the most amazing thing about the media side, and I'm not sure how much we talked about it before, but like a one-to-one conversation, like if you're doing business, like you influence one person, they take whatever actions, you do a deal, whatever it is. But this conversation, in the Bitcoin Culture Hub conversation, like right now there are 20 people watching.
Yeah.
So that's 20 more people that are a part of this conversation that like this influence. But then, after it gets clipped up to however many people, that many more people are now part of this conversation. And then on top of that, like when you bring on guests, it's like that many people are going to be seeing it. Let's go. I was like, wait, well, for a second, I thought, I was like, is this about to end?
Going back live?
Dude, I'm happy to go back live. Yeah. So but that's the thing. It's like restarting. It's like you go 1-to-1 and then you go 1 to like 20 right now. And then this getting clipped up goes 1 to, let's estimate that this conversation will be seen by like maybe like 5,000 people across all of those. So that's the power of like media. And you look at a lot of these people who built these massive businesses, it's because they benefited from the ancillary benefits of getting that much attention. And like every one of these conversations is going to hit that many more people. So it's just absolutely incredible to get the infrastructure set up. And you obviously know how to do it because like we're here talking right now on Restream. But yeah. Oh, one actual quick note that I noticed during the pod, you see on the bottom by our names, like William Samasegi, like the title. President. Yeah, definitely put something like CEO/founder at Culture Hub, because whenever it gets, like, for example, like when ours gets clipped up, it's going to take these clips and it'll just say Kyle, or it could be like, Kyle Knight with the name of the company. So every single person will see that across all of the clips.
Classically, you haven't used Restream before, but you got it set up and I have. I'm like, hey, what do I know?
Dude, I've been spending so much time on all this tech stuff and all these little things, and but that's like another little thing where it looks super good too. Like the professional like how it even just displays the name, like William, and then the name under. Like this looks very clean. Like
It's like hands off. Like, it's just you download the video, upload it to YouTube. You can, they have AI clipping inside of the software for $19 a month. It does like 50 clips. It's like Instagram, YouTube, etc.
yeah,
I'm gonna use it just to see what it's capable of, like what it
yeah,
pulls us for $19. But yeah, I'll let you. You can see if you like those clips. I'm like, it's
yeah.
it's a learning journey. I think like one, the lighting was off. Like I probably could have, some of the other stuff, whatever. I'm not
Yeah.
worried about
I mean, honestly, I think it looks pretty solid. I actually haven't even opened my blinds, so my lighting's pretty dark right now. I
it. Yeah.
didn't really think that through. Well,
No,
actually, I know my girlfriend was sleeping earlier, so I didn't want to wake her up, and then I just haven't opened the blinds yet. But yeah,
I
just
love saying that
adjusting.
too. Yeah, my girlfriend too.
Yeah, pretty great. Like,
Yeah, we both have girlfriends. And
yeah,
like, why are you gonna have a girlfriend?
yeah, she's looks real good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's like definitely a learning curve to try and figure out everything. But
Yeah.
once going back to the initial point, like once that's set up and then you're just bringing people on, that opens up so many doors because like each person you bring onto a podcast, like they've got influence or has accomplished something some type of way that they could help orange pill a lot more people, and like people trust their opinion, so it's like you get them involved, a lot of people trust their opinion, and then more people would want to get involved with culture hub. So I think this medium is so powerful when you build the infrastructure around it. And uh, I mean, it took about like 2 weeks for me to build out, so like everything from like equipment to like team to like so it's, but it took a lot of time in those like
And
couple weeks to do, and we're still refining it obviously
yeah.
to keep consistently try and get the quality consistently better.
I was thinking because the Bitcoin culture was agnostic. It's like we're just kind of a platform for others, right? To empower, right, creators or anybody, right, to share their voice in a way. And so it's like we basically have a permissionless podcast schedule where like I'm going to do 30-minute interviews or an hour interviews like Monday, Friday. We have a spaces every Wednesday, and you can just literally sign up. Like it's like if you want to talk about something, pick a date, sign up, and now we're on the schedule. And it's like this is your chance to like share your voice, right? It's like who am I to be the one that's like, oh, I want to select you and you and you, right? It's like, and that would be
Yeah,
like a never ending flow of people because it's like if you somebody that wants to build brand or credibility, come on the Bitcoin culture, talk, talk and talk.
dude, that's actually so smart. Maybe I should do that.
Do it, dude. I mean, it's not, I
Damn.
don't own it. I just trademarked it, but I don't own it.
Well, for the, well, I mean, like for my podcast, like to find guests,
Yeah.
like because there's all this coordination. It might be easier. I'd love to like see your workflow in terms of like what it's like to like
Me
and
too.
like what it's like to manage. Yeah, yeah. So once you build it, let me know because right now, like I'm legitimately trying to hire a VA who I want them to be really good and they're going to take on a ton of responsibility. Maybe I should get an intern. I don't know. That might be better.
Yeah, dude.
How are you sourcing for the roles? Is it from like the
I'm out
LinkedIn?
of the woodwork, bro.
Come out of the woodwork?
Doing outreach. Now they've been coming to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
But at
Maybe I
first
should
it
just
was
put the, yeah. So
LinkedIn.
you just put the post up on LinkedIn and then how did
The
you?
LinkedIn job post because it was free originally, and then it was the $9 one, and that helped me find my two devs. The otherwise, it's been just like posting on LinkedIn about like it's like they see Bitcoin or entrepreneurship or they know that I'm building. I guess they've been reaching out, trying to be in like signal groups or tell like there's a lot of young people. Like there's so, and this is where like my goal is to basically be the LinkedIn or not goal, one of is to help young students get jobs, like work opportunities, right? And it's like not all
Yeah.
of them are paid, right? And we become the source of talent and idea pipeline as well, deal flow for
Yeah.
any not a Bitcoin company or company period and wants access to the thousands of Bitcoin students. So it's like, all right, I got an ex Bitcoin or a current, co-founder and president of a Bitcoin mining company that needs talent
Yeah,
here.
dude.
You can build this relationship. Here's
Well,
that connection.
as SaaS mining is growing too, once that's fully launched, you actually, I don't think you've met Kent yet, but like you're involved now with the firm, so it's like we'll definitely try and get, like, once that's ready, help whenever we're recruiting or something, like go
Yeah.
straight to your pool, which you can obviously, that looks really good whenever you launch it, be like, hey, we've got bi- leading
Quality.
Bitcoin quality companies like
Yeah.
looking, actively sourcing here. Yeah.
And that's like, my thing is, somebody was like, you should use bitcoinerjobs.com. And I was like, fuck bitcoinerjobs.com. I was like, what? They have no moat. They're public. If you're listing a job, you want that advertised everywhere. It's not like Bitcoiner Jobs paid to get those jobs listed on
Yeah.
their platform. I can take those jobs and then I can add gig-based work. So you want a student that you want it on contract base, you pay them out in sats. You can have them do project-based work for you. They're getting experience. You don't need to hire them as a W-2 full-time employee. And it's like, now you've got a gig-based economy for talent within the Bitcoin space.
Dude,
Everybody.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude,
So
I'm gonna have to
we'll get
put you in
there.
touch with Kent once
Yeah.
that's ready.
And
Yeah.
then we'll build out our rewards platform too. Yeah.
Then we'll have games, and then we'll have this, and then we'll have augmented reality, and then the metaverse.
Yeah. I'm basically building Ready Player One, if you
Yeah.
like dream. I'm building the Oasis.
Dude, it's exciting, bro. Like, I'm just thinking through everything that you're doing, and like that's new. I didn't even know about that, but yeah, there's so much opportunity for what you're doing, man. And I think, like, I truly believe that you're gonna make it happen. Like, I truly believe. I'm putting that out into the universe. I believe that you're gonna do it.
Me too, dog. I appreciate that. That's it's good to have people that do believe. I've got a handful, and it's amazing their energy. That, like, once you build a little community, it's like, one was my best friend, unanimously, never without a doubt, and he doesn't know how big the idea was. And then he started doing our finances, and he's like, dude, this is fucking massive. Like, this is insanely big. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, you got it. Like, and he's never unwavered. And then my other
Yeah.
best friend, like, dude, this is huge. And I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't want to do anything else. And he's like, good luck. And it was like,
Yeah.
dude, what do you mean? Like, this
Good
is
luck.
automatic.
Yeah, that's funny.
But appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's good too, because that's obviously a sign if people believe that you're going to be able to make it happen, because it is a massive vision. But at the end of the day, and I'll try and like keep this tight, but at the end of the day, like, the company, it's to bring something into a world, and the market is the decider of whether it's providing enough value for it to be there. So when you talk about something that could actually be what your vision is here with Bitcoin Culture Hub, and making a really positive impact, like, that inevitably is going to be able to be very big. And what your finance guy said, it could make a lot of money or like be a big company, but that is because if it actually comes to fruition, it's going to be such a big positive net benefit on society. And
Yeah.
so I think that following that through line and that path, and then actually just big pieces executing it,
Yeah.
that's going to be the name of the game for sure.
Like, let's just build valuable shit. Like, provide
Yeah.
value to people and they'll use it. Let's build a better fantasy football platform. God, for heaven's sake.
For heaven's sake, yeah. Well, dude, I'll be stoked when I'm holding that trading card, that first trading card, once it's ready.
I think maybe that's my gift. All right. I got, this has been freaking incredible, bro. I always love catching up. I got a call with the guy that I'm going to be on Spaces with. He's a Cornell MBA that just graduated, and he put out some research in Bitcoin. So we're going to talk with him tonight on our first ever Twitter Spaces.
Dude, let's go. What time?
I think it's 6 Eastern, 5 or 6.
5 or 6 Eastern. Okay, cool.
I'll send you the link.
Send me the link. I might, if I'm still on stream, I'll jump in and just,
Yeah, you can hop in the background and
hop in and listen.
Be a body.
Yeah, and honestly, like, hop in, listen, be a body, and then, like, I could probably dive into some deep work and just listen to you guys while you guys are cranking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool, bro. I'll send you, if you need the link or anything, I got the recording downloaded, but otherwise I'll see what the AI thing chops up, let you know, and then pretty dope.
Yeah,
Pretty
dude,
dope.
and we will obviously be clipping up a ton of what we were doing on stream and then like after stream, and so I'll make sure that you get tagged and stuff, and like we could also, yeah, some of the clips might be useful for you. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm
Yeah.
sure. Cool, bro. Have a great rest of the day. I'll send you over that link, and then yeah, we'll link up.
All right. Sounds good, man. I'll catch you later.
Peace, bro.
Peace. All right. So as it happens, we are a little a little behind schedule here, I'm guessing. So what time is it now? Right now it's 11:30. So instead of watching the Pegasus videos, you guys got to watch Kyle and I chop it up a little longer. So here's what we'll do. We're going to adjust the schedule a tiny bit. We're going to have this adjust the schedule. So right now it is 11:30 a.m. The podcast with Kyle ran long, so let's adjust the rest of the schedules and the modules, or the segments basically, to fill out the time starting now at 11:30 a.m. All right, I'm going to respond to a couple messages. We're just responding to, I'm going to respond to this WhatsApp message. Sounds good, Jonah. Appreciate the help. I know that we're gonna be setting a high bar, but ideally we can find someone great for it. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I do not have uh, good full body ones, but I can try and get one planned for a shoot if that would help. Sounds good. What day and time would you like to reschedule for? You can feel free to just send out a calendar invite when you get the chance, or some additional other times that might work. And yeah, I can move it around. Sounds good, man. Appreciate it. I'm just responding to investors on WhatsApp chat right now. All good, man. I appreciate you passing it along. Okay. So, guys, I have the fan on right now. And the fan, it feels nice because I'm very hot, but it's like blowing air into my eyes. I'm gonna adjust this. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We are going to we're going to send. All right, here's what we'll do. Newsflash viral headlines. Okay. So we're going to finish up the news and then we'll take it from there. All right. So Oracle. What happened? I actually found out about this last night from my buddy who is in private equity. He was over for some dinner and he's like, "Did you hear about Oracle stock? Exploded." Well, guys, this is one of the benefits. You might think, why is it so amazing to be able to tune into William's stream? Well, I'll tell you, you hear about things. You're ahead of the curve. You are in the know about news. Every single thing my private equity buddy brought up, I'm like, we're on top of this because we cover it for 10 minutes ahead of the streams. And so Oracle, we had previously covered the news about how they're approaching AI, how they're really embracing it. And here, we're going to dive in a little bit deeper. So the stock jumped, guys. It jumped. What happened? Oracle stock jumped after surging demand for its AI. Up like over 30%. This is what he told me. So enterprises rushing to lock compute capacity even at higher prices. So why does this matter? AI compute demand is structural. This is another thing we've been talking about on the stream. The new bottleneck is capacity access instead of feature innovation. Capacity, guys, you've been looking at the stream. We've been talking so much about compute, data centers, bottleneck, capacity access. This is something I remember facing during the last bull market. Anyway, why does this matter? This suggests a compute land grab where cloud vendors monetize scarcity. So does Oracle's rise show enterprises want a credible NVIDIA alternative stack? Potentially. Risk of vendor lock-in versus multi-cloud strategy, and how startups can be smarter about managing compute, cost, and latency. So it actually gave some founder insights too. For my worker, compute pricing is a line item that shapes pricing models. It's very interesting. Our ability to deliver AI reps profitably depends on these cloud dynamics. We will watch latency and cost per inference closely. In plain English, it's going to get cheaper to run the same AI models, and the better AI models are going to maintain similar costs. So for the same dollars in the gumball machine, you're going to get far better output, or you're going to be able to get the same number of gumballs for less. All right, Broadcom and OpenAI's $10 billion custom chip project. We actually covered this the other day, but yeah, just in case you weren't there, OpenAI placing $10 billion in chip orders with Broadcom for custom processors. Okay, ARM's new Lumex mobile AI designs. So ARM unveiled Lumex 3 nanometer, the NM, 3 nanometer mobile architecture, optimized for running large AI models on device. I randomly know about this from Bitcoin mining once again. So in chips, you have different nanometer like options in terms of like you might look at something like 7 nanometer, which is actually used to be the top, pretty much top of the line. Then 5 nanometer. Now they just unveiled this 3 nanometer. So this is very innovative, and obviously something like this is going to be much more capable when you're trying to build something like AI that can run locally on devices. So this is big. This is news. I did not know about this. Why it matters. So it pushes AI away from the cloud into your pocket. So it makes that possible. Could make AI feel instant, private, and cheaper to operate. It's a big one. Privacy, that can be a concern. So talking points. On device versus cloud, who wins? Will users trust local AI more than server side? So there's been news about how private are your chats with ChatGPT? Are they saving it? Well, the answer is yes. They're saving all of your chats. They're potentially going to be forced to share these with governments. So that is concerning, potentially. There are many aspects. Privacy, in many ways, is a mirage, if you want to think about it that way. You have the feeling of privacy in certain ways, but in reality, almost nothing's private, and that is just being expanded to AI. So founder insights. Maybe you'll be able to build local, something that could run on-prem more easily on people's devices. Okay, EU court ruling on big tech DSA fees. I know nothing about this. Let's see what's going on here. Meta and TikTok won a legal challenge against the EU's Digital Service Act fee structure. The court ruled EU must recalculate fees within 12 months. No refunds issued. Okay. Interesting. So why does this matter? Regulatory frameworks are evolving but still clumsy, and big tech buyers time startups or big tech buys time startups must build with compliance optionality. Very, very interesting. Okay. Will the EU's regulatory pace create opportunities for agile startups? This is a big question. This is a big question. To be honest, I think all the other news we've covered might be a little bit more interesting than this piece. So we're going to move on. Maybe you care about Meta and TikTok winning a legal challenge against the EU's Digital Service Act fee structure. I don't really. Okay, final one. Amazon's compute and Oracle's land grab. So what's the Meta angle here? Meta, like, not like Facebook. So optional add-on if time is what we're covering on the stream. So tie Amazon's AR and Oracle Surge into one theme. So everyone is racing to own the next layer. Oracle trying to own compute, Amazon trying to own with augmented reality, and Apple with invisible AI. That was the analysis that AI wanted to put on top of all those pieces of news. Once again, this is everything that we covered. Amazon's AR, Apple Watch, Apple's intelligence, Oracle stock surge, OpenAI's $10 billion deal with Broadcom, ARM's new 3-nanometer chip, and future on-device local AI models, more private, and then the EU ruling regulatory framework. I mean, I don't know about you, but I feel more informed. I feel like in a world where it could feel like sometimes you're stepping on quicksand and you just can't stay afloat. At least now you have a little bit more knowledge of the news. So that's where we're at. So what do we got going on here? What does the rest of the stream look like? Well, there is a 20% chance that I have a call right now. I'm in it just in case. But what we're going to start is what has been long awaited for many, many streams. And we've been wanting to do this. And we know it's important because we want to give investors the ability to own some MyWorker equity. But in order to do this with the best investors, there is something called data rooms, due diligence, and that is exactly what we are about to run through. We're going to prepare our data room, make it great, easy to navigate, and include all the information that's needed. And that is what we're doing. So in order to do that, it's going to require some learning. I don't know if any of you guys have ever built a data room, but they are pretty long. They take a little bit of time, and it can be very, to be honest, very, very confusing if you haven't done it before or researched it. Now, in our case, we've actually built data rooms. Sorry, I'm distracted. I'm just going to say we built data rooms, but we recently went through the Pegasus Accelerator where there's a whole module on how to build a great optimized data room. So I actually want to watch those videos, make sure that I'm fully on top of it. And then from there, we'll work with ChatGPT to knock it out. So that's the game plan. I might be thinking, how are people raising millions and millions of dollars? What is it that a top VC looks for? Everyone talks about the company, market, pitch deck, etc. Not too many people actually know what needs to go into a data room and then gives you the behind the scenes. And so that's exactly what you guys are going to get right now. I just have to make it happen here on my end, which I'm doing. We're getting there. Okay, here we go. Data room. All right, diligence. All right, guys. How do I want to do this? Maybe full screen's a little too big. I want to like, oh.
How much cash do the founders initially put in to the actual venture? I want to understand if you have skin in the game. I am much more inclined to be with you if you have skin in the game because you're bought in. If the founders haven't put in money, there's nothing keeping you from walking away from the venture and not working through some of the hard times if something doesn't work out. If you are fully committed and you've put money in yourself, that's a big deal. And so we want to make sure that you are bought in and that if we're going to invest into you, that you're not walking away when you run into a little bit of trouble within the actual startup, that you will sit there and figure it out because you have a lot more riding on it than if you hadn't put any capital in.
That's a great point. Guys, you can probably tell from this video, but Lucas is an absolute beast, obviously. So all right, this looks a lot better. We're gonna do this. All right, I like that. Trying to think if we should take notes or if we should just, maybe we just keep going into this. That could be the move. We just go in. Yeah, we're just gonna rip through these videos.
Is every member of your executive team a full-time employee? This is a very important question that we ask at the early stage because the amount of times where you will have part-time people who are not fully committed or are doing the hybrid version is too large. We need committed founding team members in the actual organization. You are raising money. If it's just your kind of first round and you're raising money for the first time and you're bringing it in, it's like, yeah, X, Y, and Z is going to be full-time or have a good story around it. But if you have part-time people, it's not a good look on the actual venture and what you being able to execute for that following round and being able to hit metrics. So we ask it because we want to understand a little bit better around the team.
Okay, so these first couple videos are sussing out for commitment. They want to see committed team members, obviously, and they want to see that you put in money. That's what we have gathered so far, both very important.
How did you build the management team? How is everyone recruited? The reason that we ask this question is because I want to understand team dynamics and how everyone kind of came together. Did you end up grabbing the closest person to you? Is it a friend? What is the actual relationship between the specific team? Typically, the best teams are ones that have already worked together in some capacity before because you already have that working relationship. An acquaintance is actually better than founding with a friend. I want to understand the team dynamics. Did you do what was easy, or did you do specific work around finding the people that were going to be best suited for your actual venture, that were going to fulfill different roles than you can? So maybe you are much more of a product person and you're like, hey, maybe I need a salesperson or I need an engineer. The goal of the founding team is that you have enough people that fill in specific gaps that you yourself don't have and that you don't have overlapping expertises. At the early stage, obviously everyone wears a bunch of different hats. Product will probably be doing QA. It's just the nature of the early stage venture. But for example, you're building a tech product, like I want to know that that you have a tech person with you there, someone overlooking a lot of this stuff, and then I want to know how these people were recruited, because it's also a big look on the CEO of understanding like, hey, you have three main jobs, right? You recruit, you sell, and you raise capital as CEO. And I want to know that main one of like, hey, how did you recruit everyone? Where did they come from? And tell me a good story surrounding it.
Okay. So what have we learned? They want to see commitment. How much capital have the founders put in? Are the founders full time? How did the founders meet? And how did the tech team come together? So those are all very important so far. I think that is very good to know. All right. Also, I'm gonna be right back before we continue. It'll be very, very fast. For the next, or actually, yeah. Okay, sorry, I had to go. I'm back. We're gonna keep rolling.
What is the decision-making process within the actual team? So this is a very important question when we're in due diligence to understand who has final say. It brings up some interesting team dynamics a lot of the time in that the CEO should be able to make that final decision. The CEO should also be able to fire everyone on the team. Not like you're going to, but in the early stages, you will start with kind of everyone making decision making and then move to a more hierarchical structure as you start evolving. When you actually make the transition, it's kind of up to you. But a lot of the time, you want to understand if a critical decision needs to be made. I want to understand who has that decision-making process, and is the CEO able to actually step up and make those tough decisions that need to be made. If you do a hard pivot to the right on something within the actual venture after already raising money, and you have to fire someone because their skill set doesn't work in there, I want to know that you're going to be able to actually do it, or that you even have the authority to be able to actually do it. And so, very important to understand how big decisions are actually made within the actual company, and that even if you guys end up talking entirely together around the actual idea, that someone has that final say.
Okay, so this is actually a very important piece. This is the first one I'll dive into. All the other ones, it's like, okay, yeah, you want a committed team. Ideally, the founders have committed capital. You want to test that they can recruit and that the founding team is going to stick together and be able to take your venture to the next level. This one's interesting because you don't hear it as much. What's the decision-making process like? And different organizations might approach it differently. He's talking about hierarchical at certain times, but the CEO uh, should be able to run the company, should be able to make those tough decisions if they go and raise a round, as he mentioned. Uh, Maybe someone's not the right fit for that role. The company is going to evolve, go through different stages, and someone who might have been best at an early stage company wouldn't be the best CEO when they're running a Fortune 500 company. So all of this gets taken into account. The way that I personally have approached the decision making aspect, I think it's important to understand like what your superpowers are and where you're weak, and double down on where your superpowers are. And so with me, I noticed that I needed to be paired really well with that operator expert, someone who can take a lot of these ideas and ensure that the trains run on time and manage against those timelines. Simultaneously, I also need to be paired with someone who's very good on the tech side, is able to deliver on tech timelines. And so those types of things, uh, I'll double down on certain things, whether it's raising capital, selling, doing media, and in the early stages as needed, manage those processes, but know that as the organization scales and to really take it to that next level, it's like we need that other person coming in. So anyway, we're going to move on to the next video, but wanted to give you guys that little insight.
Does the company have advisors, and what are their roles specifically within the actual organization? So too many times I will see people put advisors on a pitch deck that actually aren't advising the company. They'll throw someone a quarter point of equity to be able to say, hey, that advisor is advising us, when in reality, you've talked to them once. Like, that's not a great way to go about it, and that's not really the use of advisors. And so we want to understand the relationship that you're having with these advisors, because if it is someone important, like, are they actually helping you? Like, what does that actually look like? Are they giving you advice when you need it within your actual startup and pointing you in the right direction? And so an advisor board is very, very useful if constructed correctly. But from an investor standpoint, I want to know what those relationships are and have a better understanding around it.
So this is an important one. Those people own equity. What are they doing? I think that, so I've had multiple advisor relationships, some very good and then some not very good. And I've learned lessons the hard way, and I've also seen what doors it can open when you do it the right way. And my view on it now is that to bring on a new advisor, just being very clear about like why are you bringing them on? What are the expectations for that? And uh, is this something that like is the right person? And like you're hiring for anything, you know. But if that advisor or whoever it might be can open doors for the company, then they could be very useful for you. Absolutely.
An option pool typically will be anywhere from 10 to 15% of the actual cap table. It's something that needs to be there, especially from an investor standpoint before I actually invest, call it at the pre-seed round, because what ends up happening is that if you as founders have this amount of equity and then you put an option pool on top of it, it crushes everything below. Then the investment comes in and the new investment crushes everything below that. What you don't want to end up happening as an investor is that you have the option pool. I invest here, we go down, and then you put a 15% option pool on top of us, and then all of a sudden my equity goes down again. That's not what you want. From our perspective, it hurts us. The option pool is used for employees that you will be hiring either shortly or in the future. It's something that should be there, that all startups need to have added in, generally before the first investment.
All right. So you need an option pool. Pretty self-explanatory. How will the option pool change after funding?
How will the option pool change after funding? I want to understand, one, that you have an option pool and make sure that it is large enough, because what will end up happening with the option pool if it is not large enough is that I will invest into the company, then you will recreate or add in more to the option pool, which will then squish down my equity after. And so I don't want to take a hit for no reason with the option pool. And so I want to make sure that they're at the correct levels that they need to be prior to funding, so that I'm not taking an unnecessary hit from an equity standpoint.
Okay, these are pretty self-explanatory. So imagine you're an investor. Let's say that you're investing into a company worth $1 million, and you, for simple numbers, buy 20% of the company, you give $200,000. Well, if the company, as he's mentioning, issues more shares to incentivize new employees to come in, that dilutes your investment. So you might have owned 20% after the investment, but if they add in 15%, a 15% option pool, then you know you've got less than 20%. You've got like whatever the math is, 17%, whatever. I don't know the exact amount, but either way, you have less ownership, and so the value, if the company stays the exact same, goes down. So that is what he was mentioning there. And guys, this might seem, actually, it's very exciting to me. It might not seem boring to you, but if it does seem boring to you, think what an amazing opportunity where you get the behind the scenes of the things that actually will move the needle in the final way to get you that capital. I'm doing a refresh on this because before I build the data room, I want to make sure I know all this, I'm not forgetting anything.
Who are your most significant customers or end users? We want to understand who your champions are. We want to understand if you have too much concentration within one or two users for your actual revenue. We want to just have a better understanding of your overall revenue and how it's actually getting derived. And so a very important piece that we ask, and looking at some of the things that you end up doing, want to make sure that there's no risk associated with it.
All right, that makes sense. You want to assess what is the risk. If they lose this one customer, does the business crumble?
Walk us through the customer onboarding experience. This is important because if you have a product that takes a long time, one, for a customer to onboard and start using effectively, and it's a difficult onboarding experience and what you've done around it, we want to make sure that these customers aren't trying to jump on and then churning because it's too difficult of an onboarding process. And then two, we want to know what work you've done to make this a much more seamless experience. If it's a very easy experience, spectacular. If it's an enterprise, like this is a heavy lift that needs 5 champions, like how do we make that an easier sell and an easier way to get them on? Does it make them more sticky in the long run if it is a tougher onboarding experience, or what can we do to kind of improve that process? So we want to understand the thought process around onboarding in general. Have you lost any significant customers over the last 2 years? If so, why? A little bit self-explanatory, but we want to understand that if someone signed up and they were providing a large piece of revenue, like why did they churn? Is it a problem that was fixable? Can you bring them back? Or is it kind of world ending for them and that you're not actually solving a problem? Do they come in and go off? There's a lot of kind of pieces in there that give us a better indicator of how significant your traction actually is. And so we want to make sure that something like that is a dialed in answer.
All right. We're ripping through these because we want to get to the actual work.
Does the technology have a cyclical, seasonal type of sales cycle? We want to know that because we want to be able to look at your revenue and see if there are dips or not, or things that you need to plan around specific things. It's important because we want to, again, have confidence that you understand the ins and outs of your entire sales process and what works and what doesn't, and when you should be dropping more marketing dollars and when you should be pulling back, and what are the implications with each.
All right. I don't think we're in too much of a cyclical sales cycle. I mean, you could look at the budgets that might be allocated to different, budgets that could be allocated to different like software spends at the larger companies, but I don't think that's too relevant.
Do you have a plan to hire a direct sales force? Now, generally, this is probably used more for medical deals and understanding whether they're going to actually partner with and license their specific IP, or if they're going to try to build their own sales force and actually go out and do the selling themselves. If it's not for a medical deal and it's just for a typical SaaS VC-backed startup, we just want to understand what your thought process is around your go-to-market strategy, and if you are going to end up going that route and going it kind of deal by deal, what your plans are and how you're actually going to go out and actually execute on that.
That's an important one. Like, what is your go-to-market strategy? At the end of the day, the business needs to acquire customers, have a repeatable business model, unit economics that work. How is that going to look? That's an important thing to, of course, understand.
What is the length of your average sales cycle currently? It's a good indicator from our standpoint if you know that you're doing quick appointments and high volume, or if you are doing a enterprise sales that one, it's going to take longer, but that you've planned that in accordance with your fundraising as well. Because if you're raising for 18 months and your sales cycle for a new enterprise client is 2 years, there's going to be some mismatches there, and you might not be able to raise the next round. And so understanding those different objectives and how the revenue is actually going to play into your fundraising rounds to be able to get the traction that you need to take it to that next level associated with your burn it becomes complex, and us having confidence in the startup that they know what they're doing and they plan for it is, again, very important for us to invest money into.
Okay. What is the current reaction from customers that do not move forward?
What are the current reactions from users that choose not to move forward with your product or service? We want to understand churn, but we want to understand even before that, if you pitch someone and they don't want to move forward, what is the reason behind it? Is it pricing? Is it that you're missing features? Are they solvable problems? Or do you have a vitamin as a product rather than an actual painkiller? We ask this to have a better understanding of what that kind of sales lifecycle looks like, to understand, one, if we can improve it, or two, if there's risk associated with it. Because if you're hitting 1,000 customers and only 2 are signing up, we've got some challenges in that sales cycle.
Okay, I'm gonna ask. I was distracted, so I'm gonna play that one more time. See, this is important. I got to make sure that I understand what they're looking for.
What are the current reactions from users that choose not to move forward with your product or service? We want to understand churn, but we want to understand even before that, if you pitch someone and they don't want to move forward, what is the reason behind it? Is it pricing? Is it that you're missing features? Are they solvable problems? Or do you have a vitamin as a product rather than an actual painkiller? We ask this to have a better understanding of what that kind of sales lifecycle looks like, to understand, one, if we can improve it, or two, if there's risk associated with it. Because if you're hitting 1,000 customers and only 2 are signing up, we've got some challenges in that sales cycle.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. You need a compelling value prop.
How do your customers change their behavior really after implementation of the actual product? So we want to understand, once it is implemented and they move on, what kind of traction you're going to be able to get after, and what work that you have done to understand from the user's perspective of that customer for the actual adoption. Just because you close a deal doesn't mean that they're going to stay there. We want to understand that there's not going to be churn later. It's like, okay, X, Y, and Z company has jumped on. They were onboarding 1,000 users onto the actual product, and did those users stick with it? What ended up happening? Are they using it consistently, and is it actually helping? So we just want to understand a little bit of those kind of next steps to make sure that you're getting that potential positive flow from it, because that could also be a great way to create organic growth, because that one person jumps to a different company, they had an incredible experience, et cetera, et cetera. What is the market share of your 3 largest competitors? The more information that we have as investors that gives us confidence that you know all of your competitors in the space, the better off that we are. We want to know the 3 main ones that are in the actual ecosystem, because we want to know who your direct competitors are. We want to have confidence that you truly understand and know all of them adequately.
Okay. That makes perfect sense. You need to know who your competitors are. You need to know the market. You need to know these questions.
Walk us through the pricing strategy. Now, a lot of founders have not done much work around pricing. Generally, they'll just grab prices out of the air and throw it on there and kind of see what happens. There's a whole space in industry, especially within consultants, that specifically deal with understanding price and how you might be able to irk out enough for that product. It's a question that we asked to understand what their thought process was around it, how they ended up landing there, and if work has been done. If not, what can we do to help shape it as it kind of moves forward?
So understanding the pricing. Beautiful. What is your current tech stack? I'm interested to see what is covered here.
What is your current tech stack? What does your product roadmap look like? So we want to understand, one, that, and as a CEO, most likely you're not going to have any idea, and that's totally fine. But we want to understand that your technology person actually has a great outlook on what they're actually doing. And then from a product standpoint, we want to understand those next kind of steps that you're going to end up taking and why you're choosing to build out X, Y, and Z features, either based on customer feedback, making sure that there's not one-offs for individual customers, but rather that they are going to benefit kind of everyone. A lot of the time, and some founders will fall into this trap, is that they have one great customer and that they are forcing you to build a product specifically for them versus building it for kind of everyone. And it leads to a lot of bad things later on. And sometimes saying no to revenue in that regard when looking at the actual product roadmap can be a saving grace, which is odd, but topics that we'll dive into later.
Just so whoops. I just want to see how many are in this course here. Okay, current tech stack. Okay. So we're almost done with this. We're almost done.
Describe to me your exit plan or any potential liquidity events that have happened within the actual space. So as investors, I want to make sure that my money's going to get out one way or the other eventually. Hopefully on the positive side, right? That we are making a bunch of money, but I want to understand, one, that you've kind of thought through this entire kind of process, right? It's like, okay, if I raise X, Y, and Z and we execute on all these variables, I can exit to ABC company through an acquisition. Or if you're shooting for the moon and maybe you're looking more for an actual IPO, it's a different story, but I want to understand what your thinking is around it, because it's not just the exit. As an early stage investor, I want to understand how much money that you're going to need to raise to get to that next level. A company that we invested into was a unicorn. They just exited for 1 or 1.1 billion, but because it was a medical deal, they had raised, and fortunately it was in a short time frame, but they'd raised $350 million for the actual company. And so what ended up happening is that the exit was only like a 15x rather than what should have been a 50 to 100 because they raised so much. And so from our perspective as investors, I want to understand your journey more and what stage you're going to become either profitable or when you're going to be able to have an exit, and how much money you need to raise to be able to get there, because it affects our returns substantially. And so it's an important question that we ask as investors, and one that you should have thought through either as an investor or as a startup.
Absolutely. You got to know that exit strategy. At the end of the day, the investor is exactly what we're saying. Like, the investor is an investor. They're going in, they want to see a return. So you got to show them how and when they're getting
any
it.
other VC or angel group. I asked this question because I want to know either what feedback was from other people, if you have, who said no and why, and honestly, I just want to have a better understanding of where you are in your fundraising process. I have had founders that have pitched to me that I've asked this question, like, oh, hey, who else have you pitched to? Who else do you think is either soft circling or coming into the round? And they gave me a couple names, and this is a very small ecosystem. So I called the VC. I was like, hey, X, Y, and Z, I know that you looked at it. They said that you were going to pass on this round, but that you were 100% in for the following round. It was just a little bit too early. And yeah, I just want to get your feedback on the actual company. And the investor's like, hey, no, we 100% passed. It's not for us at all. It's super weird that the founder's telling people that. We asked the question to have a better understanding of where everything is and making sure that all your ducks are actually in a row. But I guarantee that if you put names on there, we were most likely tapping those individuals because there are not that many VCs out there.
Nice. Yeah, so basically don't name drop VCs that you've pitched if you haven't pitched them.
Does the company's product require regulatory approval? This is just for us understanding, especially if we're looking at medical tangential companies, that if they're creating a device or something else, whether they actually need approval, which will slow down their potential development or really anything else. It's a question that we end up asking just to understand what really we're getting ourselves into and what the steps they've taken to be able to mitigate it.
All right, guys, we are getting close. Here we go.
Are there any deferred expenses or any deferred salaries that you are going to try to take after funding? We want to know this because the goal from funding is that if I put $500K or we put $1 million or $2 million into the company, that you don't just automatically back pay yourself for outstanding pieces. This is growth capital, this is rocket fuel, right? And the same thing ends up going for debt, that if we put in money, we want to make sure that this money is for going forward and for actually using it to drive growth within the company. Some of the time there will be debt that founders have taken out. We do not want to assume any of that debt liability, especially at the early stages, because it should be on the founder. Some of the times when you look at the cap table, the founder will be like, oh, I loaned the company $200,000 and now I'm going to pay myself back with it. It's like, no, that's not how VC money works. You have skin in the game and you need to continue to have skin in the game and not try to pay yourself back with our money.
Agreed. As a founder, you're taking on the risk, but you're also taking on so much upside. It's like if the company succeeds, you're making a ton of money. So it's totally fair within the right of the investor saying, look, I'm giving you this money to grow the company. You're not going to back pay yourself for what you've done up until now. It's like you're trying to make a big company here. You've already got a lot of equity. I'm buying in, probably getting a lot less equity than the founder already has. So it's a fair arrangement for sure.
All right, let's talk about patents. They are an important characteristic of early stage deals. They should be filed. You should have protection. But if you look at shows like Shark Tank and be like, hey, do you have a patent? Is that what you have? It is not the most important thing at a pre-seed stage company. Let me walk you through the timeline of what happens if you get in a patent dispute. So you're a pre-seed stage company, you've raised $500,000, $1 million, you filed a patent, a very large company comes in, steals your stuff and goes off and builds whatever you're looking for. You're now stuck in a 5 to 10 year legal battle where you're not gonna be able to raise additional money because no VC is gonna fund someone that is in a lawsuit. It is going to kill your startup. And so when we talk about execution and we talk about making those next steps, patents, yes, they are important, and trust me, patent lawyers and a lot of other people would disagree with me on this, but it is very important, and why we put so much emphasis on execution is because if you're a growth stage company or you're getting up to more of the big boys where you could have that kind of dispute, that's fine. But at the early stages, it can absolutely kill your company. And so it is something that is important to have in there, but to me, it is not typically the most important thing to be able to have.
Okay, so patents. I agree with Lucas. Obviously it is a pain in the ass and investors don't want to be part of a legal battle. Simultaneously, I feel like a good company shouldn't be passed up on purely because of the patent piece, if the patent's not ultra relevant.
Provide a list of pending litigation or potential litigation that might come through. If you are getting sued at the early stages, honestly, it will most likely kill your company We as investors do not want to fund a legal battle. It is too expensive with too little resources and where the companies typically are. And so we want to make sure that you don't have anything pending or in the pipeline against you for some breach or something else that was done. And so it's a big due diligence question to make sure that we're not just funding a legal battle and that, again, our capital is going into growth.
Absolutely.
Has the company used outside financial counsel to audit your tax returns, etc.? We just want to make sure that the numbers that you are providing us are accurate. That's the goal. We don't want anything false. We want to have more confidence that all the ducks are in a row and that everything kind of checks out. And so if you have someone that has audited or looked at your numbers, whether it's an accountant or someone else that can sign off on it, again, we can take those numbers significantly more seriously.
A data room is a secure, organized repository of critical company information. Think of it as a virtual vault where you store documents that investors need to evaluate your startup's potential. This includes everything from financial statements and cap tables to product roadmaps and customer contracts. A well-prepared data room helps streamline the fundraising process by providing investors with a clear, accurate picture of your business. The more confident investors feel in your data, the faster they can move forward, potentially shortening your due diligence period and improving your fundraising outcomes. From a VC's perspective, the data room is the cornerstone of their due diligence process. They're looking for accuracy, consistency, and insights into how you run your business. If they can quickly verify your claims, assess risks, and confirm growth potential, they will be more likely to invest. In other words, a polished data room can turn a skeptic into a believer and a conversation into a check.
All right. Fundamentals. Let's see these fundamentals of the data room. Guys, this is the juice that we've been waiting for right here.
Your data room isn't just a random assortment of files. It should contain the essential building blocks of your business. Common documents include financials, your income statements, balance sheet, cash flow statements, and forecasts. Legal documents such as incorporation papers, shareholders' agreements, intellectual property filings, key contracts, and cap tables. Pitch decks and executive summaries, a concise overview of your company, market, and growth plan. Customer and product data, metrics, user feedback, product roadmaps, and documentation that highlights market traction and product quality. The way that you structure your data room is extremely important. Investors appreciate clarity and efficiency. A simple folder hierarchy like financials, legal, product, team makes it easy to find documents quickly. Keep files named clear and consistent, and maintain a logical flow that guides investor through your story.
Okay. Best practices. And guys, I'm going to show you some creative ways we can use ChatGPT for this.
A well-maintained data room reflects an organized, disciplined startup. Regularly update financial statements, add new contracts, and keep your cap table current. Version control, it's actually critical. Label files with dates or version numbers so investors can easily see what's changed. This level of care builds trust and credibility. Don't forget to use password protection, watermarks, or restricted download settings to safeguard sensitive information. Good security measures demonstrate professionalism and respect for your company's intellectual property. Also, don't wait for investors to ask. Proactively share a brief note when you've updated important documents or added new metrics. This transparency keeps investors engaged, reassures them that you're on top of your game, and may even speed up their decision making. A simple, clear message like, "We've just updated our Q3 revenue numbers," can go a long way.
All right. All right, we might have a meeting right now. So I'm going to, just in case, see here. We will see. 50% chance.
Once investors dive into your data room, they will likely have follow-up questions. Anticipating these questions and preparing thoughtful responses can make the difference between a slow deal and a swift, confident close. In an investor due diligence Q&A, common questions often revolve around financial metrics and projections. What are your monthly burn rate and runway? How did you arrive at these revenue projections? Show well-documented assumptions. Validate forecasts with historical trends and be honest about risks. On team and hiring plans, who are the key team members and how will you fill talent gaps? Emphasize your team's expertise, cultural fit, and clear hiring roadmap. Investors bet on people as much as ideas. On product and technology, what's on your product roadmap and how will you maintain a competitive edge? Demonstrate a clear vision, highlight upcoming features or improvements, and validate your technical strategy. On go-to-market and customer acquisition, what's your customer acquisition cost, CAC? Your lifetime value, LTV. Show you've measured these metrics and that you're refining marketing channels and conversion strategies for cost effectiveness and scalability. By addressing these questions upfront and confidently, you project competence, preparedness, and credibility. When investors see that you thought through their concerns, it reduces their perceived risk and speeds up the decision-making process. In essence, being ready with answer signals that you're not just another startup. You're a well-prepared partner they can trust.
I like that. You're a well-prepared partner that they can trust. Perfect. We're almost done.
As you prepare for your investor meetings, consider how you use your data room to reinforce your pitch and streamline the due diligence process. Before you hop on a call or walk into a pitch meeting, review your data room to ensure all key metrics are current. If an investor hints at a specific interest, like market size or customer retention, highlight those documents or prepare a custom folder for easy access. During pitch discussions, you can also point investors directly to detailed documents in the data room. Having these materials ready and organized shows you are thorough and transparent. Immediately after a successful meeting, grant secure access to select investors so they can explore deeper. Sending a quick message like, "I've just shared our data room with you," keeps momentum going. Remember, your data room should support the story you're telling during the pitch. Make sure numbers and documents back up the claims you're making.
Okay. I think that covers all of it. Now the big question becomes how to do it. The billion-dollar question here. So we are going to exit full screen mode. We've got two documents here. So we're going to consume this information with AI and build out our data room. So let's see here. All right. Timing. It's 12:45. So we're going to try and get as much done in the next 30 minutes. And what we can do is I'll get everything ready. I can upload the exact files later just because I'm going to have to search for some stuff and that might be kind of boring to watch. But I think getting the skeleton done for us is going to be huge. So I want to get the skeleton done. And that's what our goal is on this live. And I think we can do it. So all right, so this chat is going to be used for building out the best data room in the world possible for My Worker AI's next round of funding. So we have a little bit of background on data rooms. We built them before, but we want to build the best one possible and leverage, your domain expertise. We're getting ready to raise our pre-seed round, looking to raise $1.5 million. And there's a lot that needs to get put together, that needs to get organized properly. There are other chats that we have here in ChatGPT that talk about My Worker's pitch deck and everything that we're going to be doing. So if needed, maybe we can pull on that. And let's really figure out, take a step back and think through what is the best way that we could approach this data room with the goal of really just making investors want to invest, make the process make it where it helps us close the deal and does things in the best way possible. Like, our goal is to close the funding round, and we know that the data room is part of it. And so keeping that in mind, how do we approach this and use our time best and organize everything and take a step back and do this in the best way possible? So it's super open-ended right now. Curious to hear what you think the best path forward for us would be. And now we're going to let it go to work. So in reality, I've got some ideas in terms of how we might do this. I'm thinking that we've got all this information from here that shows how we can potentially lay things out. Pitch deck, executive summary, Q&A document, bios, contracts and agreements, products and solutions, sales and marketing, risks, finance, legal, user, customer research, press and media. This seems like a good approach. We might just break it down like this, but I want to see what ChatGPT says. And then here's a checklist of things that would go in each of these areas. So a lot of documents, honestly. A lot of documents, but I think it's definitely doable. So they want everything. Full deep dive. should I run or... Okay, let's see. So this is the data room checklist. Let's see what ChatGPT said. All right. Principles, how we win diligence. Story first, proof backed. Fast lane versus deep dive. Busy partner skim, a 5-minute tour, analysts go 3 levels deep without asking for more. Versioned watermark PDF, single live KPI snapshot system synced to the README. What is, okay, minimal clicks to conviction. First folders answer, what is this? Why now? Why you? Why this market? Proof. What's the ask? Start here, a README 1-pager, KPI snapshot, 2-minute product tour, terms, contracts. Then you go to pitch deck and then the investment memo. Okay. Deep dive folders, product, go to market traction, market competition, financials, team hiring, legal cap table, security privacy, customer evidence, appendix asset, close kit, folder tree with acceptance criteria. 1-pager, KPI snapshot, 2-minute product tour, round terms, contacts, CEO finance. Okay. An investor can form a clear yes/no inclination in under 5 minutes. Passive, the deck and memo tell the same story. Numbers match the KPI snapshot. Memo, summary, use of funds. Partner could advocate for the deal without calling us. I like it. See, guys, this is such important stuff. No one really talks about this. Everyone's talking about the pitch deck, you know, but this is the stuff where it goes deeper. Hey, how's it going? Oh, okay. Yeah, let me send that over. Let's see here. I'm just looking it up right now. So the Wi-Fi network. Oh wait, my phone's not even connected. One second here. Oh yeah, I'm connected directly through the Ethernet, so I'm not even on the okay. I'm texting you it right now. Okay, I just sent it. Try it out and double check to make sure that that works. Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to come in and figure out the plan right now? Oh, okay. Um, I am. Yeah, I am gonna be streaming until, let's see, probably until 3, be my guess. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. What's the rest of your day look like? Yeah. What time do you think you'll finish up with all that? Yeah. Well, maybe we could do like 7:30. Okay. I mean, in the meantime, we could make burgers or some of the, yeah, just because I think some of that stuff, I got it a few days ago, but I'm not sure. How long do burgers last? Let's see. Yeah, but if you're hungry, that might just be a faster thing that we can do. I can cook some up. Okay. Sounds good. Yep. Bye. Okay. Here we go. So this lays out a lot of information to put together. Operations, governance, cadence. Okay. What's changed? Draft 2 to 3 page memo. Okay. So it also gave this execution plan. Preempt, number, nightly sync, P gaps. All right, this is actually more in depth than what was given in those videos. So, yeah, the big question becomes how we want to do this. So, open the canvas, precede data room blueprint. It lays out the folder tree, acceptance criteria, KPI snapshot, spec, plug and play templates, memo, case study, security, one pager, FAQ, governance, tight execution plan from fast lane to deep dive. So it's recommending stand up the fast lane first, create start here, export the latest deck to PDF, draft 2 to 3 page memo, template provided, and record a crisp 2-minute product tour at the KPI snapshot. Fields included with as of dates, and lock the single source of truth. Deck, memo, KPI snapshot. Add a change log in the top folder. Ship analyst depth next. Fill 3. Product, architecture, evals, latency, and cost per action. Go to market, traction, funnel, and unit economics plus 2 case studies. Preempt objections, use the FAQ template to answer. Deliverability and domain reputation linked in terms of service, data privacy, ROI, BDR, scale risks. Make closing trivial, safe pre-filled wire talks. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to say we're going to give it this context now. This sounds amazing. I'm going to copy and paste some information that we've gathered previously from advice that we've gotten on how to make a great data room as well, to also give you a little bit more context around what they were saying. And then all together, we're going to come up with the best approach to complete that goal while simultaneously just trying to make the most use of our time and be as efficient as possible, but with that goal of just ensuring we close the deals with people that that we work with on the data room. Also, one other thing that I'm not sure if it would be helpful, but I could also easily do, is record any video just explaining the data room, walking it through, talking through that content. If you think that that would be helpful once the final data room's ready. So we're still in the planning phase. We want to do things in the best way possible. I'm just giving you a bit of context from some of these other sources below as well. Then we're also going to give this. We're just going to copy, paste all this. All right. What we're doing right now, we're finalizing and coming up with the best plan for the data room. The idea that it came up with, I think that these are actually really good. This is really detailed. And the big question becomes, like, line item by line item, what would be the most efficient way for us to go from high level information at a glance to, hey, this is how we're gonna execute on the data room. So I think that what this came up with is great, and then everything that that Pegasus had in terms of advice is good. So we want to come up with just the best final approach here. I mean, that's really what we're aiming at. Want to make the best use of our time and get it done. Okay. Okay, so it's reorganizing it actually. I think ChatGPT kind of got confused here. Pre-seed must have nice. 72-hour build sprint, 0 to investor ready. So 72-hour sprint. I think we could get it done in 72 hours. Do I want to do all of this on stream? Potentially. That would be a long stream. You guys would probably get bored. It would just be me looking bored trying to find all this information. Video walkthroughs. Okay. Six-minute deep dive. Okay. Roadmap to critical bets. How success is measured. Post via DocSend or Drive with view only. Email watermark. Gate with brief form. This is that. A full crosswalk from January. 72-hour build sprint with owners, deliverables, video walkthrough, access control. All right, a status tracker table and copy into a sheet or manage and write in the canvas. Open the canvas you have, insert everything under the new sections 11 through 17. Quick guidance on the question. Yes, do 2 cuts, 2-minute fast lane. It sells the narrative, hits 3 product shots, shows 2 metrics and 1 quote, ends with the terms. 6-minute deep dive, architecture, eval metrics, latency, cost per action, success rate, funnel, unit economics, security, data, roadmap bets. Okay, so assign owners. Well, looks like I'm going to be every owner here pretty much. Populate the KPI snapshots. Even rough numbers, unblock the memo plus deck. Export the latest deck and add what's changed slide. Draft 2 to 3 page investor memo using templates. Record. Draft it. Populate KPI fields. Fill legal and cap tables. Finish. Pre-write the memo 1-pager directly from your deck and KPIs. Just drop the latest figures and case study, bullets, logo, baseline, outcome. I'll wire them into the templates of the room. It's truly open and yes. Okay. So I think this is really good. I think we still have... All right, here's what we'll do. I think this is a great approach. I like it. before we come up with the exact final game plan and execution roadmap and get all those details ready, could you do one final review of everything and just think through everything that we're going to be getting ready and doing, and just begin to let the ideas percolate in terms of how we can approach this in the best way possible, you know, where we might need to go to find certain data, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because right after this next prompt is really when we're going to have the final layout of, okay, this is the exact game plan and this is what we're going to do. And this is, you know, the play by play on how we actually execute this. So this is the one final prompt to just, you know, take it all in and really think through, you know, those final pieces to make sure, or make any last final potential edits if that's something that we really want to or need to do. And then after that, we'll dive into the next phase. I'm just giving it that one final chance if there are going to be edits made. One final chance to make edits. I'm also going to get some light in here. All right. Structural gut check. Last pass strategic review. 90-day funnel, unit economics, customer acquisition costs with definitions in line, 2 case studies with ROI math before after meeting. Bounce complaint percent. Prospecting personalization, follow-up, scheduling, latency, and cost per action. One pagers. Data we must pull, exact sources, where to look. Funnel, go-to-market, lead, SQL, demo, HubSpot, pipeline exports, channel metrics, email, LinkedIn, send, opens, replies, positive means. Unit economics, customer acquisition cost by channel, media, date, domain, data, domains, tool seed, labor. Okay. Domain warm-up, logs, bounce, compliance. Sub-process, LLM vendors, data providers, cloud, DPAs, retention. Okay. Risk map, Preemptive answers one page. Data rights. Scalability, bottlenecks, competition. Don't. All right. What not to do. The time traps. Don't include proprietary prompts or scraping tactics. Summary policy. Investor type tailoring without creating version chaos. Generalist seed funds. Emphasize market wedge, ROI, traction team, short, fast lane, and memo. AI savvy funds. Link directly to eval harness, latency, cost graphs, reliability methodology. SaaS go to market specialists. Double click funnel cohorts, customer acquisition costs, playbook, deliverability help. Video walkthrough, green light. Keep both cuts 2 minute to 6 minute overlay on KPI calls. Every doc watermarked with viewer email as a directory defining ARR, MRR, positive reply. FAQ trimmed 8 to 10 high leverage questions, each answer and under plus link to proof. Closing choreography internal assigned map doc send entry to your CRM stages of partner spent over 2 minutes. I'll apply if you want. Add the evaluate us in 10 minutes guide, numbers and directory. Pre-book 2 references with availability. Okay. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to say, sounds like a great plan. I'm on board. One final piece that I want you to review before we dive in is if there's any type of ways that just knowing everything that you know about our company and my worker, as well as, potentially investor psychology or whatever we're going to do, if there's an even better way that we can approach this. Like, because at the end of the day, there's only so much time, energy, and effort that people can put into a deal or diving in. And there are certain things that might, there's definitely a nuance, or think about like what the best data room experts in the entire world do and how they would approach the company and everything else to really structure it and do things where the focus and what we decide to show and display in the data room, it still covers what's needed. Or I don't know how they do it, but like approach it in that way where let's really think before we finally go and start gathering and chasing things down, like how we want to approach this. And if there's certain ways that we can position or do things that would actually just strengthen our positioning in the investor's eyes to make them want to invest. And like what would be the best way for us to do that in highest leverage. I was just looking through this, and as I was thinking, I'm like, there's so much here, but like where the goal is we want to get the investors across the finish line, so it's like we might as well just focus on chasing down and doing the things that are going to get the deal across the finish line. It's going to be interesting to see what this says. Like, what would be the best approach here, really? It's like, look, I could give them every little thing, but Roll pass. How top structure position my work can maximize conviction permitting it to. What is it? Why now? Does it work? Proof over promise. Each proof metric gets a small green check plus source link. Will it scale economically? Cars. Is there a moat? Is the team inevitable? Can I close this efficiently? Data room as sales funnel. Minor but high leverage. Tweaks. Agent eval harness with task set pass. Human baseline delta and regression guardrails. Time to first value, median hours from onboarding, first meeting. ROI calculator. Momentum and scarcity choreography. Macros. Weekly release. Change log at root. Update deck. Memo KPI in lockstep with as of dates. Doc send. View only email. Watermark. 30-day expiry. Partner spends over 90 seconds on memo. Proof pack. Auto trigger. Founder follow up in under 24 hours. Timeline. Soft circle target. Dollars by X. Close rolling with MFN until X. Plant the flag. Calm, not hype. What not to include? No Robbie. Precede, replace with CFO summary part. No proprietary prompt scrapers, okay? No raw CRM dumps. Curated funnel pivots only with definitions. No SOC 2 binder. Show current controls plus 2-quarter plan. Okay. Risk evidence today, mitigation in flight. Owner ETA. Social proof packaging. Subtle but potent. References on call. 2 pre-clear customers with 30-minute windows. Include a 5-question reference call guide. Logos, quotes. All right. Deal math for fund partners. The returns. 1 slide fund. Return logic credibility. $2. Category. Series A looks like milestones hit. Partners carry this upstairs. Micro edits to our blueprint. I'll implement. Directory, promote, proof pack. All right. Sorry, I'm just focusing on reading this stuff right now, but got to make sure I understand. This is new to me. I'm literally learning a lot of this live. Everything that we've just done with the data room, yes, I've done it in the past, but it was very minimal compared to everything we're going into now. This is also applying everything from Pegasus that we learned, everything in those pages, but also trying to see, what, like, the bigger goal here is to get the money in and the investors and the partners working with us. And at the end of the day, just like with product-led growth, there might be a better way to structure things that are going to get people excited. Like, what are the things? How do we have this? This is a sales funnel at the end of the day. It's like diligent sales funnel. So if we're going to do this, how do we do it in the best way possible, So add investment. Okay. Stripe, QuickBooks, bank balance once. Customers payback from go. Agent metrics, product log, cost, action, latency, eval. Legal IP, cap table snapshot, operation jobs, prior safe, summary, IP as of dates. Save. Yes, you're aligned. Pay by play. Okay. This is looking much better. I really, really like the approach. And yeah, it seems like we're aligned. At the end of the day, it's like our goal is we want them to move forward on a deal, move forward on investment with us. And I think that this is much better in terms of thinking it in that sales capacity, sales metrics, getting them across the finish line, trying to focus on, double down on strengths. So now with this in mind, I'm excited to go to the play-by-play execution plan, But the one final thing, sorry for keeping to delay, but the one final thing that we want to do now is just before we go into the execution plan and everything, let's give it a think in terms of like what we can do to leverage AI to do this in the best way possible and get the best outcome. Because like with AI, if applied properly, whether it's even just doing certain things with ChatGPT or any other tools out there, we might be able to approach this in an even better way. So before, like, start thinking about the execution, play-by-play execution plan, etc. But let's first give you a little bit of time to really think through everything at a high level that we're going to be doing, and begin to think through how we can leverage AI within these different areas of putting everything together in the best way. And then from there, as well as the tools, and then from there, on the next prompt after we will begin actually diving finally into that play-by-play execution plan. It's the little details, you know? Here we go. Absolutely, man. I just registered. You should see if you get in. All right, gym or run club today? That is the question. Awesome. I'm down to hit the gym a little earlier. I'm doing a date night tonight. I'm doing a date night with Paige tonight. You got any recommendations? One of my buddies, separately, that I'm texting, he one time, his name's Phil. He's actually come up on the stream in the past, but he one time followed me to this like private Silicon Valley bank event that was actually super hard to get into, and we somehow got him in. Like, I think he came with me, and then like at the front we kind of finessed, and he got in. And now, because he got into that event, he got an invite to this one other event, uh, or like on an email blast. And I just messaged him saying like, "Hey, you should apply to see if you get in," because he got the link to be able to apply to go in. And he just responded, "They asked me to be a keynote speaker," which is really funny if you know Phil. Oh my God, my mic was off. I don't know how long that's been like that. Okay, maybe I just tapped it. Okay, so thank you so much. It looks great. I'm glad that everything is locked and loaded here. The one thing before we dive into the entire play-by-play execution, honestly, is that I'm still trying to wrap my head around like all these different sections. It seems like some of them came from previous prompts. Are we now ignoring sections 1 through 18 and only focusing on sections 19 through 29? Or like what is the exact full play-by-play plan? Maybe before we like dive into that, if we just like start a new like, like or actually I don't know, where do we stand? Like what are sections 1 through 18? And like maybe do you think it would be best to like now that we've done all of our research and we fully understand where we're at with everything and what we want to do and what the game plan is, like put together the final like play by play execution plan for this final approach and plan that we've created. Like I'm open to whatever approach you think would be best, but just trying to figure out like really what the play by play is. And I'm getting kind of confused in terms of like this section on like our 19 through 29 and like what all of those sections are for and what we should be doing. So what do you think would be best? And just because this is a very important prompt, right now we've been using thinking mode. Oh, wait, we can't. We have to keep using thinking mode because in Canvas, you can't use Pro in Canvas. So either way, it'll still be put in a good answer. All right. All right. Final execution plan. Let's see. Single source of truth for execution. I like it. So core roles, the owner, the metrics, GTM owner, finance, legal, security, video, ops. Decision kit, investment highlight, 2 to 3 page investor memo, KPI snapshot, one screen as of date, 2-minute product tour, close kit, safe, wire, checklist, proof pack, 90-day funnel, definitions, unit economics, customer acquisition costs, payback chart, case study 1, case study 2, deliverability and compliance, eval at a glance, trust pack, security and privacy one pager, legal essentials, data cap table. Okay, strategy pack, day by day timeline. All right, so this has us launching it within 10 days. We're going to need to move a little faster than that. So it says what we're going to do. Created the master execution, critical path, decision kit, proof point, day by day timeline, 0 through 10 with acceptance tests, owners, swim lanes. Set the target launch date at the top of the final plan, assign owners, drop current KPIs, ARR metrics. Okay. So we got an idea of what we need to do now. I know this seems like a ton because it is a lot. That said, it put a 10-day timeline. This looks like be like a 10-day sprint. Okay, draft investment highlight export deck. I mean, this is going to be a lot of work, especially because, to be honest, not all of this stuff has been created. So we're going to have to create some of this stuff with AI as we're running through some of these different areas. And that's okay. It's okay. So let's take this in. Let's take this in. So the critical path, decision kit, proof pack, trust pack, strategy pack, day-by-day timeline, owners, swim lanes, artifact specs, data pulls, telemetry rules, and go, no-go gates. Use the blueprint doc for references and templates. Execute directly from the final execution plan. Your next 3 moves, simple and high leverage. Set the target launch date at the top of the final plan. Assign owners and drop current KPIs. So I can run the first linter pass and lock, the memo and snapshot. Once those are in, we will run day 1 immediately. So I want to read through this one more time, just so I understand. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. We're building this live here. So final execution plan. Let's see what we got. Okay. So core roles. The owner, that will be me. The metrics owner, that will be me. The product owner. This is actually going to be probably Andre and the product team. I'm going to get them what we need to pull and they'll pull it. The go-to-market owner, that will be me. The finance owner, that will be me. The legal owner, that will be me. Security owner, privacy and sub-processes, I don't know what that is, 100%. Let's see what that is. Oh wait, here it is. Oh, that will not be me actually. That one will be the product team. So I'm going to assign those 2 to Andre. Video owner, that will be me. I'll run through the video. And then the ops owner, that will also be me. So obviously there's a lot of stuff that I got to get done on top of all this. This is just a small sliver of all the stuff I got to do. So I think what the best path will be, and unfortunately, this is going to sound bad, but unfortunately, because we don't have all of like the stuff created, I'm going to have to create some of these things. And I'm going to have to get all of our legal docs into Carta. And so I'm going to have a full build day. Honestly, tomorrow, I might not even stream live, and I might just sit back and crank this out, and then I can give you guys, just so it's exciting for you on stream, because I want you guys to get value. Obviously, everything we've done until this point, you've been seeing us do it live, a lot of value. I'll record it tomorrow, but just so we can keep it exciting when it goes onto YouTube, because this is going to be a lot of work, to be honest with you. I'll try and get it done in a 12-hour sprint to get everything created. But as I'm going through this is going to be a lot to do. We're going to get it done, but it is going to be a little bit of a lift. So, yeah. So here's what I'll say. Thank you so much. That makes it a lot easier to fully digest everything and see where we're at. So it seems like the plan here is that in terms of setting the owners, I, William Samasegi, will be the owner of all of those different core roles, except I will be passing off the product owner and the security owner roles to Andre. So that is the update there in terms of the ownerships. I can go and try and gather all that information for the KPIs. Looks like that's going to be part of what I need to get done, along with all the other things that we need to get done. And then in terms of the target launch date, I think that the timeline that you gave made sense. I'm going to try and move as quickly as possible, getting all this stuff done as possible. But that's just to answer your questions and give you a little bit of context how I'm thinking about all this. Please let me know if you think what you think the best next steps would be, or if I'm missing anything. Guys, data rooms, not my favorite activity, if I'm going to be honest with you. Not my favorite. Sounds good, man. I'll see you there. Sounds good, man. I'll see you there at 4. Sorry, I'm just I just committed to doing a workout at 4 p.m. and or actually I'm wondering if we should hit legs. Honestly, my shoulders are a little sore, but I'm down for back biceps, and I'd also be down for legs if you want to do that. But if your legs are sore, no pressure. No pressure, though, because I know your legs are sore. All right. My worker execution plan. So it looks like it updated this. Sign notes, create metrics with initial placeholders and as of date, permissions, verify channel, draft investment highlights, export deck, memo, draft memo from deck, outline 2-minute script. Okay, so it gave the game plan in terms of how we do this. HubSpot. Okay. Spin up. Day 0, do these today. Spin up metrics. Okay. Sounds good. Kick Andres. Okay. So he can run a product, architecture, 1-pager. Okay. And then, okay, so this makes perfect sense. So I can do these. I'm going to put this to Andre. And then data pulls, you can now start now, fastest path. Each campaign, actually. I'm actually going to just send him a voice note right now. Thank you so much, man. Excited to chat on Sunday, and also hope you have a nice trip out to Barcelona. Real quick, I'm probably going to send you over the next like day or two, just depending on when I can get it done, some information that there's a lot on the data room in terms of what we're putting together. So I'm taking on the bulk of it, but there are a couple like product related, tech related questions or artifacts that we're going to want to pull together for that section of the data room. And for the data room, I'm just following the advice of Pegasus and just best practices for how to create a data room that will convert in the best way. And so it's a lot of work on my end, and there's going to be some questions that hopefully you'll be able to pull together quickly, but I'll outline all of that and try and send that ahead of the call on Sunday. So if there are any questions, you feel free to bring them up. But yep, that's the quick update there. We're grinding to get the data room ready and keep all the balls moving forward so we can finally get this next round kicked off in the best way. All right, man. Appreciate it. Safe travels, and I'll catch you later. Okay. Here we go. So ping me the exports as soon as they're ready. I'll turn them into the decision kit and push us to day one. All right, guys. So to be honest, I think that I might wrap up the stream pretty soon. I think that diving into some of these other aspects might just be a little too much, too confusing. I might just do them like in between dead space throughout the day, just because I think that it's hard to ride two horses with one ass. And right now, this is quite a horse we got to tame in the data room. And so I'm going to want to dive into this deeply without running between a couple different things. Like I want to hammer in and hone in on getting this done. And I'm also going to hit the gym in a little bit. So I want to get some food before I hit this workout. I don't want to pass out while I'm at the gym. So I'm going to close up the stream here. If this is your first time or you're getting ready to sign off, make sure you subscribe, turn on notifications. You're going to watch us build two generation defining companies here live on stream. You're going to see the behind the scenes. Where else are you going to see this insight? I'm pulling together a data room. And until next time, we normally go live at 11 a.m. Pacific, where you'll be able to see us taking customer calls, doing podcasts, doing a lot of different things. Tomorrow, we've got a podcast with someone from one of the largest mining pools out there. And yeah, it's going to be super exciting, man. So